1. The creation of the world and humanity. The Catholic Church, the society of God, first with himself, then with the angels, finally with humans. The Catholic Church, in its entirety, is the society of God, with the angels and faithful men. From all eternity it existed in God, or rather was God himself, ineffable society of three persons in one essence. Now it traverses the centuries, passes on earth to associate us with this holy, universal, and perpetual unity, and returns with us to the eternity from which it emerged. While waiting to see and admire it one day, we repeat what we have learned of its journey through time. The first, who were called to this divine union, are the angels. Created good, but free, God tested them as he did us. From then on there was schism and heresy. Instead of taking the divine word as their sole rule, several took themselves as their rule. They were excluded from the communion of God, but not from his providence. Divided into 9 choirs, subordinate to one another, the angels who remained faithful form an invincible army. Their number is incalculable. When the Most High sits on his throne, 1,000 times 1,000 serve him, and 10,000 times 100,000 form his court. He himself is called the God of gods. Some are appointed to govern the stars, elements, kingdoms, provinces, others to guide individuals. The apostate angels, eternizing their crime, continue the war against God. God uses their malice to test humans in this world and punish the wicked in the other. Of these evil spirits, some inhabit the place of eternal torments, others are spread across the earth and in the air. Just as good angels are to be honored and invoked, so too are the wicked to be feared. The belief in good and evil angels is found, under one name or another, among all peoples, to fill in his church the place of the fallen spirits. God created man. He made him in his image and likeness. He first created only one, to mark unity. To this first man he united a companion, formed of his very flesh and bones. He gave them counsel, a language, eyes, ears, and a heart to understand. He filled them with the knowledge of intelligence, showed them good and evil, fixed his gaze upon their hearts to manifest the greatness of his works, so that they might celebrate the holiness of his name, glorifying him in his wonders, and recounting the magnificence of his works. He also gave them precepts, and made them heirs of a law of life. He established an eternal covenant with them, and taught them his judgments. Their eyes saw the wonders of his glory. Their ears heard his voice. He said to them, "Beware of all that is wicked," and he commanded each of them to care for his neighbor. To these 2 ancestors of humankind, God revealed what it was good for them to know about the origin of the world. One of their descendants, in the 25th degree, but separated from them by only 6 intermediary people, each of whom had lived a great number of years with the preceding one, has preserved for us the written history. The ancient traditions of the peoples agree with this and find their coherence in it. This man, to whom the human race owes the certainty of knowing its true history, who constituted a people to be its custodian, such that even after 34 centuries it is still there, surviving all its conquerors, surviving itself, who predicted and foreshadowed in his person the Christ we adore, and in the Hebrew people the society or Catholic Church of which we are a part. This man is Moses. Let us listen to what he tells us on behalf of God and our first ancestors. Creation, the 6 days. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness night, and the evening and the morning formed the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament between the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters above from the waters below. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathered waters seas. And God saw that it was good. And he said, "Let the earth produce verdant plants with their seed, trees with fruits, each according to its species, which contain within themselves their seed to reproduce on the earth." And it was so. The earth thus produced plants that bore their seed according to their species, and fruit trees that contained their seed within themselves according to their species. And God saw that it was good. There was an evening and a morning. This was the third day. God also said, "Let there be luminous bodies in the sky that divide the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark times, days, and years. Let them shine in the sky and illuminate the earth." And it was so. And God made two great luminous bodies, one larger, to preside over the day, the other smaller, to preside over the night. He also made the stars. And he placed them in the sky to shine on the earth, to preside over day and night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. There was an evening and a morning. This was the fourth day. God said again, "Let the waters produce swimming animals, and let birds fly above the earth and under the expanse of the sky." And God created the great fish, and all animals that have life and movement, which the waters produced each according to its species. And he also created birds, each according to their species. And God saw that it was good. And he blessed them, saying, "Grow and multiply, fill the sea, and let the birds multiply on the earth." And there was again an evening and a morning. This was the fifth day. God said also, "Let the earth produce living animals each, according to its species, domestic animals, reptiles, and wild beasts, according to their different species." And it was so. God thus made the wild beasts of the earth according to their species, domestic animals and all that crawl on the earth, each according to its species. And he saw that it was good. God then said, "Let us make man in our image and in our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the sky, over the animals, over all the earth, and over everything that crawls on it." And God created man in his image. He created him in the image of God. He created them male and female. God blessed them and said to them, "Grow and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the sky, and over all the animals that move on the earth." God said again, "Behold, I have given you all the plants spread on the surface of the earth, that bear their seed, and all the fruit trees that have their seed in themselves, to serve for your food, but to all the animals of the earth, to all the birds of the sky, to everything that lives and moves on the earth, I have given every green herb for food." And it was so. God saw all the things that he had made, and behold, they were very good. There was evening and there was morning, the sixth day. Thus were completed the heavens, the earth, and all their hosts. God completed his work on the seventh day, and he rested on that day, after having formed all his works. God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because he had rested on that day after having finished his work. Such was the origin of the heavens and the earth, when they were created, on the day that Jehovah God made the heavens and the earth. The Trinity reveals itself in the work of creation. Proof. Here is how Moses summarized the divine revelation and human tradition about the creation of the world. To understand it, let us listen to the universal interpretation. The first word, in the principle, has three equally true meanings: in the principle or the beginning of times, in the principle or the beginning of things, in the principle or the eternal word. God created the heavens and the earth. The third meaning is the most elevated, without being less literal than the others. Christ himself is called the principle of God's creation, Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Paul, having returned from the third heaven, says that Christ is the image of the invisible God, that he was born before all creatures, because in him all things were created, both those in heaven and those on earth, the visible and the invisible, whether thrones or dominions, or principalities, or powers. All things were created by him and for him. He is before all things, and all things have their being in him. And he is the head of the body of the church, he who is the principal, the firstborn from the dead, so that he might have preeminence in all things, because it was found good that all fullness should dwell in him. The greatest doctor of the church, Augustine, said to his people of Hippo, when asked by the Jews, "Who are you?" Christ responded, "The principal." These words from Genesis, "In the beginning God made heaven and earth," therefore mean, in the Son, who is the principal. It is therefore in this principle, that is to say, in Christ, says Ambrose of Milan, that God made heaven and earth, because all things were made through him, and that without him nothing was made. Irenaeus, Jerome, and Thomas Aquinas speak and listen to each other in the same way. The doctors of the synagogue interpret the principle by which God created everything as the Word, representing supreme and eternal wisdom. And Christian doctors and Jewish doctors have found in the first two verses of the Bible the great mystery of God. Here again, says the great Bishop of Hippo, is something to convince you that the Trinity is one God. This is written at the very beginning of the book of Genesis. In the beginning, God made heaven and earth. This is God the Father, and the Son, the principle, as he himself has said, to be. And if you seek the Holy Spirit, it is said that the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Therefore, when we read later, God said, "Let there be light," and God formed from the earth. This demonstrates that these works of the Trinity are inseparable. There are, says St. Ambrose, those who through this Spirit understand the air we breathe, but we, in agreement with the saints and the faithful, understand the Holy Spirit, so that the operation of the Trinity is manifested in the creation of the world. After having stated that God made heaven and earth in the beginning, that is to say, in Christ, the fullness of the operation remained in the Spirit, according to what is written. The two were established by the word of the Lord, and their army by the Spirit of his mouth. The Spirit of God was therefore hovering over the waters, for they were to produce through him the seeds of new creatures. Finally, the Syriac text, almost entirely similar to. The Hebrew states, "And the Spirit of God was stirring the waters," that is to say, bringing them to life, to turn them into new creations, and, by his warmth, animating them to life. Instead of the expression, "he was born," which we read in our copies, says St. Jerome, there is in Hebrew a word that means he rejoined, he brooded, like a bird that warms the eggs with its heat. Thus, we understand that it is not about the spirit or breath of the world, as some think, but about the Holy Spirit, who is called the vivifier of all, and therefore Creator, for it is said, "Send forth your Spirit, and all things will be created." The comments from the synagogue are similar. To these words, "and the Spirit of God," or rather the Spirit God, hovered over the surface of the waters. The Talmud adds, like a dove that hovers over its young without touching them. One of the most authorized Jewish interpreters, since his commentaries are often attached to the Hebrew Bibles, thus develops these words from the Talmud. The glory of the Lord was hovering in the air, resting lightly on the surface of the waters. In the spirit of his mouth, namely God, blessed be he, and in his firmament, like a dove that lightly rests on its nest, in common language, to brood. Another commentary, also authorized among the Jews, adds, and the Spirit of God, this is the Spirit of the Messiah. As soon as he hovers over the surface of the waters of the law, the work of redemption will immediately begin. Such is the meaning of the following words. And God said, let there be light. Another says, on the same passage, and the Spirit of God, this is the Spirit of the Messiah, as it is written, and the Spirit of Jehovah rested upon him. And by what merit will this Spirit come that hovers over the water? By the merit of repentance, which Scripture likens to water, for it is said, pour out your heart like water. Here is how Christian and Jewish doctors have glimpsed, in the first words of the Bible, and in the initial formation of the universe, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Hebrew name for God, Elohim, seems, by its plural form, to suggest this mysterious plurality of persons, especially when it is joined to that of Jehovah, the one who is, and to the verb bara, he created, which is in the singular. Later, in the 6th century before the Christian era, when the Jews with their prophets, particularly Daniel, the chief of the Magi, were spread throughout Asia, we will see a Chinese philosopher known to have traveled westward, attributing the creation of all things to a supreme being, one and triune, to whom he gives the name, barely altered, of Jehovah. This notion of the Trinity in God can also be found, though less precisely, in India, Egypt, and Greece. Another dogma, which we will discover even more clearly in the ancient religious or philosophical traditions of all these peoples, is that the universe was produced and formed by the Word of God. All ages, all peoples will come together to give glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, material cause of the universe, its efficient cause. But what did God make or create heaven and the earth from? Holy Scripture tells us, in one place, that the mighty hand of God created the world from formless matter. 20 in another, that he made heaven and the earth from nothing. Both are true. We have seen that the earth was initially useless, shapeless, empty, invisible, confused, and the darkness was over the face of the abyss. Here is this confused matter. Without order, without arrangement, without distinct form, this is the chaos, this confusion, that has been preserved in human tradition and can still be seen in the oldest poets. For this is what those darkness and immense abyss that covered the earth mean. This confused mixture of all things, this shapelessness, if one can speak in such a way of the empty and barren earth. Now, it is from this shapeless matter, from this primordial chaos, that God has formed this order, this arrangement, this harmony that we call the world. But this shapeless matter, God made it himself in the beginning, without it having existed beforehand. Thus we can say with the first of the Greek philosophers' tales, and with the first of the apostles of Christ, Peter 23, that God produced from the abyss or the chaos all our world. And we must say at the same time, with the Holy Mother of the Maccabees, that God made heaven and earth from nothing. He made them from what they were originally nothing, he said. And it was, he commanded, and it existed. The difference between the way of being of God and the way of being of creatures. But God, who made everything that exists, what is he himself? He defined himself as Jehovah, or the one who is. When Moses asked him what his name was, he answered, I am that I am. This is how you shall say to the children of Israel, the one who is has sent me to you. Doctors of the church, doctors of the synagogue, philosophers of the Gentiles, all have equally admired this word, embraced and developed this thought. At the same time, from the fact that God is the one who is, all concluded that the rest is not, strictly speaking. Here is that my substance, my being, David said to God, is before you like nothingness, like a non-being. Compared to God, as a saint and scholar from England, Anselm of Canterbury says, created things are nothing. God alone is properly so, because he is by himself. He does not change. He is always entirely all that he has been, and all that he will be. Man, on the contrary, and with him every creature, is not by himself, but by borrowing. He is not firmly in one way, but constantly variable. He is no longer what he has been. He is not yet what he will be. He hardly is what he is, that he ceases to be. Now, what is thus hardly, what is almost nothing, one can say, in the true sense, that it is not. In this respect, the Creator alone is, and all created things are not, however. They are not entirely nothing, for they have been made something by the one who alone is in an absolute manner. 27. A Greek philosopher, explaining the inscription of the Temple of Delphi, Thou art, concludes by saying that, like this inscription, know thyself is a warning. From God to man, similarly this other, Thou art, is a greeting from man to God, being a title that belongs to him alone. 4. To take it rightly, we have no participation in true being, since all human nature is always in the middle, between birth and death, yielding only an obscure appearance and shadow, and an uncertain and weak opinion of itself. And if by chance you fix your thought to try to grasp its being, it will be no more nor less than someone trying to grasp water. For the more he tightens and presses what naturally flows everywhere, the more he will lose what he wanted to hold and grasp. I am not, O my God, what is, cries Fenelon, alas. I am almost what is not. I see myself as an incomprehensible middle ground between nothingness and being. I am that which has been. I am that which will be. I am that which is no longer what it was. I am that which is not yet what it will be, and in this in-between, what am I? A something I do not know that cannot stop within itself, that has no consistency, which flows rapidly like water, a something I cannot grasp, which slips away from my own hands, which is no longer as soon as I want to seize or perceive it, a something that ends in the very moment it begins, so that I can never find myself fixed, and present to myself for a single moment to simply say, I am. Thus my duration is nothing but a continuous failing. This great thought that God alone is, and that, compared to him, the creature is not, forms, in a sense, the foundation of the ancient philosophy of India and Egypt. It can also lead to a response to the question, when did God create the world, epoch of creation? In God there is no when, no epoch in God. There is neither past nor future, but a single and indivisible now, eternity. One can therefore say, with the same Fenelon, that God is eternally creating all that he pleases to create. For man, who moves from non-being to being, from one state to another, from one thought to another thought, there is a when, there is a before and an after, there is time. His fleeting existence is measured by the course of the sun and the moon, hence the years, the months, the days. So if one asks, when did God create man? The answer will be, between the first Adam and the second, or Christ, one counts 4,000 to 6,000 years or solar revolutions. Of all creatures, man is the most recent. What precedes him does not enter into human chronology, such as the primitive creation of matter, the duration of chaos, the production of light, the formation of the seas, the drying of the land, the appearance of the sun, the moon, the stars, plants, and animals. Surely, time already existed. There was already a before and an after, for time began with the first creature. With the first creature there was change and succession, change from non-being to being, from one state to another. God, without leaving his eternity, without changing himself in any way, created the temporal or changing world. Time is from this world, says St. Ambrose, but not before the world. Therefore there could have been much time before man, and even many times, but, as we have no well-known measure of it, we can say nothing with certainty. There are indeed 6 epochs in the history of creation, but were these epochs called days, human days, 24-hour days? Or could they be periods of time whose duration we do not know, and which we might suppose to be more or less long? What the nature of these days is, said St. Augustine, is what it is very difficult or even impossible for us to imagine, much less to say. Next, where does the first day of this creation begin? Is it not the appearance of light? Many think so. Bossuet states positively, the creation of heaven and earth, and of all this formless mass that we have in the first words of Moses, preceded the 6 days, which only begin with the creation of light. Then these words, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters, would refer to a prior state of the universe, if there have been several creations. But before the current world, was there ever another? Was this formless state of the earth submerged and seemingly dissolved in the waters, its first creation? Or was it a destruction of something that came before? Moses neither says yes nor no. What is remarkable is that Jeremiah, to depict the desolation of Judea, uses the same expressions as Moses to describe the ancient chaos of the earth. Finally, before the visible and material world, did God create the invisible and intelligible world, inhabited by spirits, by angels? Several church fathers thought so: St. Basil, St. Gregory of Nazianzus, St. Ambrose, St. Hilary of Poitiers, St. Jerome, St. Gregory the Great, St. John of Damascus. Our universe, says St. Jerome, is not yet 6,000 years old. But before that, how much must one believe that there was eternity, time, and the origins of centuries, during which the angels, thrones, dominions, and other virtues served God and existed without any vicissitude or measure of time, God willing it so. God himself seems to make us hear it when he says to Job, or rather to mankind in general, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? On what are its bases set? Who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Who shut in the sea with doors when it burst forth from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment, and thick darkness its swaddling band." 37. Thus the children of God, the angels of heaven, praised and blessed their Father, their Creator, at the moment he was forming the earth, when darkness still covered the face of the abyss, and before the creation of earthly light. Perhaps that is why, in the account of the 6 days, Moses does not speak, at least, not explicitly, of the creation of the angels. They existed before this material world, of which he restricts himself to describing the formation. There are some who say, Moses does not speak distinctly of the creation of angels because the Jews, being a carnal and coarse people, would have worshipped them as gods if they had known about them. However, Moses continuously speaks to them about angels. The Hebrews were well aware of angels long before the time of Moses, and the history of the patriarchs is full of their marvelous appearances. Therefore, to prevent the Jewish people from worshipping angels, Moses should have spoken clearly about their creation, to show them that they were not self-sustaining, powerful, immortal beings, but that God had given them existence just like other creatures. Thus, if in the story of the 6 days he does not speak of it explicitly, one can conclude that they were not created during this period, but already existed beforehand. Their creation would then be implicitly understood in these first words. In the beginning, God created both the heavens and all those who inhabit them. Generally, the term heaven refers to everything that is above the earth. Thus, the atmosphere that surrounds our globe, where birds and clouds fly, is called heaven. The immense space, where the stars shine, is called heaven. The abode of angels and saints is called heaven. It seems that this is what St. Paul refers to as the third. Often, it is also called the two of the two, an expression that seems to distinguish more than one. The stars. The stars, if they are inhabited. Now which heavens, or what sky did God create in the beginning and before the 6 days? Surely the sky of angels, and not the atmospheric sky that Scripture explicitly tells us was created on the 2nd day. As for the sky of the stars, perhaps we should distinguish between the fixed stars, which some link to the suns, centers of various kinds of worlds, and the wandering stars, or planets, which, along with the sun, around which they revolve, form the world of which the earth is a part. Perhaps the former are included in the heavens created first, and they are those morning stars of which God speaks in Job, who, with the angels, glorified the Creator when he laid the foundations of the earth and unraveled its chaos. Perhaps the latter were initially in a state of confusion and obscurity like the earth, and they were made luminous for it on the 4th day. When we speak of various worlds, we mean different collections of celestial globes, such as our sun forms one with the accompanying planets. According to the explanation of Canon Copernicus, which seems to be increasingly confirmed by the advances in astronomy, the sun occupies the center, rotating on itself in 25.5 days. Around this star, 1,337,000 times larger than the Earth, various planets circulate over more or less long times, and at more or less great distances. The closest to the Sun is more than 13 million leagues away. The most distant is more than 662 million. The former completes its revolution around the Sun in 87 days, the latter in 84 years. The ancients knew only 7, visible to the naked eye. In the last 50 years, 4 more have been discovered through telescopes and long-view astronomical glasses. Of these 11 planets, those that have been best observed still rotate on themselves. The Earth is among them. It completes this rotation in 24 hours. 4 of these planets have secondary planets that accompany them and circulate around them, like the Moon around the Earth. So far, 18 of these subordinate planets, called satellites, are counted. Together with the 11 main ones, they form like a small army, whose chief and center is the Sun. The stars that keep the same position relative to each other are called fixed stars. Since the discovery of telescopes, their number has been found to be truly countless. The bright band known as the Milky Way, which encircles the sky like a belt, appears to be mostly just a continuous cluster of stars, so small or so distant that they can only be distinguished with powerful telescopes. The distance between the Earth and the nearest fixed star is, so far, incalculable. If now each of these countless stars is another sun, accompanied and surrounded by its group of planets, one can understand why the creator of all these worlds is so often called the God of hosts. However, all these solar worlds, being coordinated for the same purpose, form only one universal world. This purpose is to manifest the glory of God to his intelligent creatures. It is believed that, Just as the secondary planets are subordinate to the primary planets, those to the Sun, the fixed stars or suns, are also subordinate to each other, and that all these globes swimming in space execute an immense harmony in praise of their Creator. This is the thought of several ancients. But are all these globes that make up the universe inhabited by intelligent creatures, like the one among them that we call Earth? Firstly, a common sentiment among the doctors of the Church and the ancient philosophers is that God governs the visible world through the invisible world, the material nature or creation through the spiritual nature or creation. Beloved apostle of Christ saw an angel standing in the sun. He saw 4 others at the 4 corners of the earth, having power over the winds and storms. From this, everything in the visible nature, from the revolutions of the stars to the wonders of vegetation, would be produced and directed by these invisible ministers of divine providence. In this sense, the entire universe is alive like a great city. Now, in that immense city, are there other districts besides the one we call Earth, which have their own inhabitants? We do not know, but it may be so. It is possible that God has populated other planets besides ours, with intelligent creatures to know, love, serve, and possess Him eternally with us. It may be that we are the lowest degree of created intelligences. Perhaps this is why the Son of God, wanting to lower Himself as much as possible, came down to earth, became man, and not angel, not a superhuman creature. The blood of the cross, shed here below, will have benefited at the same time what is above. The apostle of the nations, back from the third heaven, seems to make us understand this. He emphasizes this thought up to 2 times, that as everything was created in the sun, and what is in the heavens, and what is on the earth, it pleased the Father to restore everything in Him, to reconcile everything, to bring peace through His blood, both what is on earth and what is in heaven. When Moses tells us in general that God created both, he restricts himself to the earth and what is directly related to it. The earth was therefore formless, invisible, plunged into, and as if dissolved in a dark abyss. What does the earth rest upon, and how? Let us now consider, according to our ability, what the Most High and His Word have made of this confused mass, this eternal wisdom that plays in the universe, and His vivifying Spirit that hovered over the waters, which a respected commentator of the Scriptures depicts to us as the soul of the world, recognized by Plato and celebrated by Virgil. First, on what did God place the earth? Job was already answering before Moses, He has suspended the earth upon nothing. This answer, which the imagination found difficult to conceive, has been demonstrated by experience. Since modern navigators have circumnavigated the earth, everyone knows that it is not supported by anything, but is isolated in space. But how then does it support itself in the midst of the air? How does it even hold together? David said to God, "You have founded the earth on a base that is its own, but which also seems to be common to the other celestial bodies." What is this own and common base? It is something analogous to what unites the Catholic Church together, supporting it without any visible support. We come from various countries and different times. Some of us are in heaven, some on earth, and some in the intermediate place of purification. Yet, we are all one. What unites us into a single whole is faith, but especially charity. God has placed within the depths of our being a natural attraction for good, which is Himself, and for what is good or has come from Him. Grace, which does not destroy nature but presupposes and perfects it, elevates this attraction, enlarges it, and makes it entirely divine. We love ourselves, and this love sustains the life of both body and soul. We love our neighbors, our parents, our friends, the inhabitants of our parish and our country, and this love produces the union of family and homeland. We love all human beings, especially those who share the same faith as us, or who can have it one day, and this love produces the union, family, and universal brotherhood, or the Catholic Church. Finally, all of us love God above all things, and this love unites us all with God and God with all of us. Remove this attraction, this charity, and everything disunites, decomposes, and is destroyed. Humanity, homeland, family, even the individual. It will be a formless chaos, just as the earth was at first. This earth, thus disunited, confused, and dissolved in the abyss, has become one compact and solid, because God has given it a center of unity and a material, humanly inexplicable force of attraction that draws everything toward itself. Henceforth, the earthly elements, scattered in the water, have drawn closer to the center and continue to do so. What is called gravity is merely the force, the intensity with which an object is attracted to it. From all sides, the earth weighs upon itself. From all directions, it tends downward. But this downward direction is its own core. And this is how it sustains itself in the midst of space. Not only has the earth received a center of attraction that gives it unity and strength, but each part of matter, no matter how small, also attracts the other and is in turn attracted, especially when they are similar. It is known with what force the parts of a stone or a piece of wood hold together, even 2 drops of water, placed side by side, attract each other reciprocally, uniting in such a way that they can no longer be distinguished. Everyone is aware of these facts. Scholars call the cause affinity or cohesive force. But what is it? They do not know. It is a mystery like the charity that unites hearts. There is more. 2 drops of water attract each other. It seems to be the same with 2 celestial bodies. The sun attracts the earth attracts the sun, and so it goes for the rest of the universe. Just as charity creates one single church, from the church in heaven, the church on earth, and the church in the intermediate place of expiation, so attraction creates one single world from all the stars, all the planets, and all the solar systems. However, although celestial bodies attract one another, they do not come together to merge into one mass. God has made everything with number, weight, and measure. In the Catholic Church, the mutual charity that the faithful have for one another does not prevent each from having their own activity, which God has also granted them. In the material universe, the mutual attraction that celestial bodies exert upon one another does not prevent each from having its own movement, which God has likewise communicated to them. The sun moves on its own, while the earth and the other planets move on theirs, and at the same time around the sun. In the Church, each one's proper activity combines with the universal charity that animates and tempers it. In the universe, the proper movement of each celestial body combines with the universal attraction that animates and tempers it. And here and there, this tempering produces unity in variety. When God set it in motion to rotate upon itself, the earth was soft and almost liquid. This naturally explains a peculiarity, discovered by modern science, that the earth is bulging at the midpoint, where it rotates, and flattened at the 2 ends on which it spins. This is the natural effect of the speed of its rotation and its state of softness. The 2 ends around which it rotates are commonly called the poles. The Latin text of the Bible refers to them as hinges or pivots. To Jehovah belong the pivots of the earth, exclaims the mother of Samuel. It is he who placed the globe upon them. The roundness of the earth, its rotation on its axis, and its movement around the sun were known or at least suspected by several ancient peoples, including the disciples of Pythagoras, who are believed to have borrowed these ideas from the priests of Egypt. However, these opinions have only become established facts through the experiments and discoveries of the last 3 centuries. One may be surprised that such great movements cause neither noise nor shock, for divine wisdom, for whom the universe is but a game, reaches from one end to the other with force and arranges everything gently. It is different with human wisdom, the intelligible light and the sensible light. Until then, the earth exists only halfway, formless, drowned in an abyss, shrouded in thick darkness. Can there be a sadder dwelling? But let us listen. God will say a word about our future home, the first word, and this first word will produce, from now until the end of the world, all that is sweetest and most pleasant in nature. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Who does not love the light? Who does not rejoice in it? Who will not bless God for having made it? And God saw that the light was good. God himself approves of the light. He approves it because it is an image, a shadow of what he himself is, eternal and without shadow light, of which the happiness of this life is to glimpse through the veil of creation, and whose clear vision is perfect, infinite happiness of eternity. The splendor, the brightness, the eternal outpouring of that eternal light is the Word, the Son, God begotten of God, light begotten of light, shining in the darkness and illuminating every man coming into this world. The light that God made delights all of nature. Even the plants long to see it in their own way. It is what gives color and beauty to everything. The light that God has begotten being the way, the truth, and the life, it naturally delights all intelligences. The least sublime turns spontaneously toward it. It is what gives truth, life, and beauty to all. But both lights, men who take pleasure in evil, hate it, flee from it, and prefer darkness to it. But what is this sweet light that the Lord has created, which everyone sees, and by which everyone sees? The Lord himself already asked Job, "Do you know the dwelling place of light, and by what way it spreads?" After 35 centuries, scholars are still trying to find the answer. There is no one who does not know light, there is no one who knows it. No one knows it in its admirable effects. No one knows it in its nature. We see it only to the extent that it makes itself seen. We see nothing except to the extent that it allows us to see. A beautiful image of eternal light. Brilliance is a mystery. This light, which created the first day, was not from the sun. It was not yet shining. Even today, the sun is not the only source of light. God has placed it everywhere, in the stone that strikes and sparks, in the wood that gives off light when burning, in the seeds that produce oil, in the fat of animals, in the electric fluid that flows within us and all of nature, and which, gathered in the clouds, produces thunder and lightning. Thus God, by his word, made light burst forth from the darkness. Then began the first day, for there is no day without light. It was not the day of heaven, a day without decline and without clouds, as it is the very splendor of God. It was a day of the earth, just like the man who was to inhabit it, successive, never remaining in a single state, an image, a shadow, like him, of the one who made both. And there was evening, and there was morning, that is, a succession of light and darkness, of day and night. As soon as light existed, the earth, turning upon itself, or light turning around it, the first day began simultaneously with the morning, noon, evening, and midnight, depending on which parts of the earth were illuminated or in shadow. This succession has continued to us and will continue until the day of the Lord, a great and terrible day, when he will dissolve the current universe by fire to create new heavens and a new earth. Terrestrial waters and atmospheric waters, air and its properties, light existed, and with it warmth, for light and warmth appear to be effects of the same principle. With warmth and attraction, the various elements which until then had been confounded acted upon each other. 3 types of bodies were born, some solid, others liquid, and others of an even more subtle nature. The solids descended to the center of the globe, the liquids occupied the surface, and the more subtle ones formed its envelope. And God said, "Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." God made the expanse, and divided the waters which were under the expanse from the waters which were above the expanse. And it was so, and it is still the same. This expanse, this extension that envelops the earth on all sides, is the atmosphere. It is the air we breathe. Every day we see part of the waters floating above our heads in the form of clouds. The in-between is a vaporous and light ocean in which we live, where birds swim, just like fish in the more compact and heavier ocean. Fish cannot live without water. We cannot live without air. For a long time people believed that air was a simple element, but 50 years ago it was discovered that it is composed of 1, which makes up a little more than 1/5. Sustains life in us through respiration, and sustains fire in our hearths through combustion. The other, when it is alone, extinguishes both fire and life. The mixture of the 2 composes pure air. Water, which is the atmosphere of fish, is also composed of 2 elements. 1, which forms a third, is common with air. It is the same element we breathe, and which causes combustibles to burn. The other, which makes up 2/3, is the flammable gas that everyone knows, and which for some time has been illuminating shops and streets in great cities. When this gas combines with that portion of the air we breathe, which forms the other element of water, it results in a bright light, accompanied by heat, and this combustion produces pure water as coal or residue. Thus, scientists now classify water among burned substances. When these 2 elements of water combine suddenly and in considerable quantities, they produce a dazzling burst of light, often accompanied by a strong detonation. This is how thunder, lightning, and flashes are formed in the clouds. And this is how modern science helps us understand the meaning of these words of David: "The Lord turns lightning into rain." Without air we could not breathe, live alone. Without air we could not speak, live together. It is the air that carries sound, and with sound, speech, and with speech, thought. By this means, 2 men, in a way, breathe each other's thoughts and live as one. Faithful messenger of so many diverse languages that communicate the thought of the minds through words, air is still the inexhaustible organ of a universal language, which, through the harmony of sounds, communicates the feelings of the soul: joy, sadness, admiration, love. Wonderful language that has only 7 words or 7 notes, yet expresses all human affections. A wonderful language that everyone understands, but few know how to speak properly. According to the sages of antiquity and the Church Fathers, especially St. Augustine, the music that God has given to man is an image, an echo of that which he performs himself in his immense eternity. The entire universe is a magnificent harmony, where divine wisdom, reaching from one end to the other, arranges all things with gentleness, number, and measure. It is she who produces in musical number the heavenly host. Thus the Bishop of Hippo understands a word from Isaiah. To bring man back into this celestial harmony, eternal wisdom united in his person the divine nature and the human nature. What she asks is that we be in unison with her. Thus, a holy bishop and martyr, Ignatius of Antioch, compares the mystical body of the incarnate wisdom, the Catholic Church, to a melodious harp that renders praise to God through Christ. Each faithful person is a lyre made up of two parts, the body and the soul, which act on each other like the strings on the lyre, and the lyre on the strings. Ah! Who will grant us to hear on earth some sighs of that harmony from heaven? Air is drawn toward the center of the earth, otherwise it is heavy like other bodies. However, it weighs 800 times less than water, because it is 800 times less dense. On the other hand, there are fluids even lighter than air that rise like a piece of cork submerged in water rises to the surface. Thus, we see water vapor rising into the air and floating in the form of clouds. There is no certainty as to how high the atmosphere that envelops us extends. It is conjectured to be 15 or 16 leagues, beyond which there would be an even thinner fluid, known as ether. What is known from experience is that the higher you go, the colder, subtler, and lighter it becomes. At an altitude of 7,000 meters, about 1.5 leagues, it no longer weighs enough on a person to keep blood in his veins. At this height, a man is like a fish accustomed to living in the depths of the sea, who perishes when brought to the surface. Typically, we distinguish 3 regions in the atmosphere: the lower region, where birds fly, the middle region, where clouds float, and the upper region beyond that. In both the language of Scripture and common language, these 3 regions are also called sky. It is said equally that the birds of the sky and the birds of the air, the clouds of the sky and the clouds of the air. It is therefore natural to think that what the Latin text from the Greek calls firmament, but which the original Hebrew text more accurately names the expanse, is none other than the Earth's atmosphere with its 3 regions. It is even more natural to think so because, in the books of Moses, there is no specific word to designate what we understand by air or atmosphere. Formation of seas, incorruptibility of their waters, their usefulness. The second day had relieved the earth of some of its waters, however, this globe was not yet visible. But God said, "Let the waters that are under the sky gather into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. The waters gathered into those vast basins called seas and oceans, leaving what has been named dry land. At the same time as these deep caverns were formed, elevations arose. David tells us this. After recalling that God founded the earth on a base of his own, and that the ages will not shake it, he adds, "The abyss of waters enveloped it like a garment. The waters covered the mountains. At your threat, they fled. At the sound of your thunder, they flowed away. The mountains rise. The valleys descend to the place you have marked for them." These waters that the Lord has measured in the hollow of his hand occupy 2/3 of our globe. Confined within barriers they do not dare to cross. They should naturally have corrupted and infected the universe. God has provided for this. These waters somehow are salted to the point that man cannot drink from them. Neither the rains that often fall upon them, nor the rivers that continuously mix their waves can soften their bitterness. Furthermore, God does not allow the waters of the sea to remain stagnant. Every 12 hours, the ocean rises and falls, elevating and lowering in certain places, such as along the coasts of Brittany, by as much as 40 to 50 feet. This alternating movement of the sea, retreating for 6 hours and returning for another 6, is known as ebb and flow, or tide. As these tides follow the course of the moon, which is delayed each day by 3/4 of an hour, it is reasonable to conclude that the moon is the main cause. Finally, since these tides are strongest at new and full moons, when the sun, the moon, and the earth are in alignment, it is concluded that the sun also plays a part in this phenomenon. For about a century, scholars have been explaining this phenomenon in a satisfactory outcome from the combined attraction of the sun and the moon on the earth. Another way to maintain the cleanliness of the sea, as well as of the terrestrial atmosphere, is through winds and storms. The winds, or air currents, which stir up the earth and sea in all directions, agitate, renew, and purify this vaporous ocean in which we live, and this more compact ocean where fish live. Storms, in particular, produce this effect, among many others. They raise the sea to its depths, hurl its mountains of waves even to the clouds, much like a diligent farmer who turns a heap of wheat and shakes it in the air to prevent it from fermenting. However, despite the winds and storms, the furious sea respects the boundaries that the Lord has set for it on the sand. It remembers the word he has spoken to it. You will come this far, and you will not go further. There you will break the pride of your waves. In the open sea, beneath the torrid zone, steady winds blow. The cause is attributed to the action of the sun combined with the rotation of the earth. The air in the torrid zone, heated by the sun's prolonged presence, expands, rises, and spreads towards the poles. The cold air from the poles flows in below, toward the center of the torrid zone or the equator, to fill the kind of void created by the expansion. Therefore, in each terrestrial hemisphere, two currents will form, one upper current, which moves from the equator to the pole, and the other lower current, which comes from the pole to the equator. An example of this phenomenon can be observed in rooms with a chimney. The air around the fireplace warms up, expands, and having become lighter, rises, partly through the flue, and partly throughout the upper part of the room. Meanwhile, new air enters from below to replace the rising air, resulting in an uninterrupted succession of two opposing currents, one upper, moving away from the chimney, and the other lower, moving towards it. A clear demonstration of this can be seen by placing a lit candle at the doorway of the room. Below, the flame tilts inward; above, it tilts outward; in the middle, it remains still. The sun, that great fireplace of our atmosphere, produces similar effects. It is a commendable and Christian curiosity to study these natural phenomena. What God does not disdain to create, we should not disdain to understand, for he does it, so that we may admire and love his providence. This providence is evident everywhere in the winds and the sea. By itself, the earth is barren. For it to produce, it must be watered. God has assigned this task to the sea and the winds. Continuously, the sea, urged by the heat of the sun, sends into the air a part of its waters turned into vapor. These light vapors are carried by the winds from side to side, then allowed to fall back to the earth as dew, rain, snow, and frost. Everything that is thirsty is quenched. And to ensure that these waters do not run dry with the rain, God hardens some of them like stone and piles up enormous stores on the tops of the highest mountains. Ice and eternal snows will cover the peaks of the Alps, the Taurus, the Himalayas, and the Andes, and gradually melting will seep into their sides. From there, with thousands of streams and springs, the Rhine, the Rhone, the Danube, the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Indus, the Ganges, and the great rivers of America will emerge, which, in their long courses, will water provinces, kingdoms, and great cities, before returning to the sea, from which they came, only to depart again, a marvelous machine that without fatigue and ceaselessly irrigates all the earth, providing for humans, animals, and plants. But are not the waters of the sea bitter and salty? Without a doubt, however, do not fear. The sea will keep the bitterness to itself, and will send only sweet waters to the sky to return to the earth. What it continuously does for all men, it is ready to do for each one. Let those bitter waves evaporate. Let them boil on the fire. It will deposit the salt at the bottom of the vessel, and the vapors rising up, collected in a sponge, will provide you with a healthy drink. With a single operation, it will give you what you need to season your food and to quench your thirst. But the ocean, with its long arms, separates the continents, preventing peoples from communicating with each other. On the contrary, it is He who makes this communication easy for them. It is He who teaches them to know each other. It is He who makes them one family. Who has ever left the shores of Brittany to go overland to the far end of Asia, to China, and trade with the various peoples along the route? Without the sea, the land would never have been known. The ocean carries on its back houses, floating citadels which, spreading their wide sails to the winds, rush forth faster than the horse of the desert. The stars serve as their guides, and when journeys must be made where the accustomed stars can no longer be seen, when it will be necessary to explore unknown seas, to discover new lands, new worlds, a small needle will be found that, constantly pointing toward the poles of the earth, will teach the navigator to follow his course accurately, and to orient himself even under a cloudy sky. This wretched piece of iron will reveal to Europeans the Indies, China, Japan, America, Oceania, with countless islands. It will show them through experience that the earth is round, weighing from every side towards its center, and suspended in space with no other support than the will of God. All branches of the human family will know each other and communicate with one another. The arts, sciences, and religious traditions will circulate from one end of the world to the other. It will become increasingly evident that Catholicism is necessarily true, and truth is necessarily Catholic. And when, to facilitate the complete union of all peoples in the same faith, the same hope, the same charity, faster and safer communications will be needed, do not be troubled. To traverse the waters, God has given man wood and the oar. To navigate the great ocean, God has given him a small needle, the compass. To sail with speed, God has provided the winds. But sometimes the wind is either absent or contrary. Well then, has God not given you water and fire? Water, when turned into steam by fire, will move these floating citadels on wheels, even through storms. Despite the wind, your ship will roll like a chariot. With the wind it runs and flies all at once. Christians, every day, in our sacred hymns, we invite the earth and fire, the winds and the sea, to bless the Lord. It is we who are in the most need of this invitation. Since the Lord created them, they have never ceased to bless him in their own way, by carrying out his commands. Here are the sea, and the winds that offer to transport us to the most distant lands to make him known and worship there. They groan, like all creation, at being enslaved to vanity, often carrying objects of luxury and ambition, men who think only of supplanting, stealing, and harming their fellow beings. They await, like all creation, the revelation of the children of God and the recovery of their glorious freedom, so that they may themselves be delivered from the bondage of corruption. They lament the infrequency of these apostolic navigators, who, like Paul, seek only the glory of God and the salvation of souls. They await us, and in turn they say to us, "Children of men, bless the Lord. You who are his ministers, come bless him among all nations," dimensions of the earth, its mineral riches. We extend a similar invitation to the earth, but the earth can give us a similar response. For its part, it never ceases to bless the Lord in its own way. At his voice, it emerges from the bosom of the waters. It carves abysses for them in its bowels, and to harmonize these abysses, it raises islands, continents, mountains as high as the sea is deep. At this first revolution there was still no living being. It is not the same with the following ones. The earth has engraved the difference, and on the top of the mountains, and at the bottom of quarries. Here and there are found masses of rocks, like granite, which science recognizes to have been primitively in a liquid state, and in which no trace of plant or animal is seen. Alongside, In more recent layers lie rocks that contain petrified remains of aquatic animals and plants. In other terrains, in even more recent rocks, there are petrifications of terrestrial animals. Thus we read in the bowels of the earth the same thing as in the books of Moses, namely, that there was a time when there was neither on earth nor in the waters any living being, that then appeared plants and aquatic animals, that finally terrestrial animals came last. Science also recognizes, from the way these rock layers are torn, straightened, overturned, that the earth has experienced violent and sudden revolutions, especially the last one. When we come to this one, the deluge, we will see the mountains and valleys, the rivers and seas, the arts and sciences, history and tradition agree, both for the epoch and for the main circumstances, with Moses. The earth emerged from the waters naked and sterile. It has 9,000 leagues in circumference, 3,000 in diameter, so that one would have to descend 1,500 leagues to reach its center. The deepest mines do not descend even a quarter of a league. Thus we barely touch the epidermis of the earth. However, in this little that we know of the naked and sterile earth, Providence offers us countless marvels and benefits. These ancient rocks serve us to build houses to live as families, and temples to praise together our Father who is in heaven. Stones, burned in fire and mixed with sand, will bind them with indestructible cement. Pebbles will transform into transparent glass, to let light come through while excluding wind and rain. Clay will give us tiles and slates to cover them. Below are the metals, iron, silver, gold, precious stones to adorn them. Copper and tin will produce that sonorous brass which, suspended between heaven and earth, invites us to raise toward God our joys and sorrows, our hopes and fears. Tin and lead stretch into harmonious organ pipes to celebrate with us he to whom belongs the earth and all that it contains. Who could count the vessels, the useful or necessary instruments that we owe to minerals, from the plowshare that tills our fields to the sacred cup where the greatest of mysteries is accomplished? Plants. A portrait of plant life, relationships of plants with the climates in which they occur. However, the earth was still bare and arid, presenting on all sides only raw and inert matter. No shrub yet existed there, said Moses. No plant had yet sprung up in the fields, because Jehovah God had not yet made it rain on the earth, and there was no man to cultivate it. But a mist rose up, which watered the entire surface. Then God said, "Let the earth produce green plants with their seed, trees with fruits, each according to its kind, which contain within themselves their seed to reproduce on the earth." And it was so. The word of God is a fertile seed. The earth, bare until then, clothes itself with a mantle of greenery. The meadows are covered with grass, the fields with harvests, the mountains with forests. The green background of this immense tableau gently rests the eye. The herbs, plants, shrubs, trees of different size, posture, and foliage spread throughout it a harmonious variety. Countless flowers paint it with their colors and perfume it with their fragrances. They will pass away, but leaving behind them savory fruits that await only a hand to pick them, only a mouth to eat them. In these fruits is the seed, the vegetable image of the Word of God. The Word contains supereminently within itself the model and essence of all possible beings. The seed contains the future plant. Deposited in the soil, this seed mysteriously attracts to itself the elements of water and earth that suit it, and transforms them into its own substance. It softens, it expands, it opens, and from its bosom is born the germ or young plant, which it nourishes with all of itself, and for which it dies. Strengthened by this life-giving nourishment, the young plant pushes roots downward and a stem upward. Through the roots, it goes seeking water and good earth, chooses and draws from them the juices it needs. and by a mysterious transubstantiation changes these parts of water and earth into sap. This sap into filaments, into small channels, into bark, into stem, into branch, into leaves, into flowers, into fruits, and into seeds that carry in their bosom a new generation. All these marvels are still but little. Not only does the plant draw from the earth what it needs to rise toward heaven, it is from heaven above all that life, beauty and virtue come to it. Put a plant in the best soil, water it through the roots, but give it no air from above. It dies, just as, without air, man suffocates and fire goes out. Give it air, but do not renew it. It will live for some time, and end by dying. Just as, in unrenewed air, fire finally goes out and man finally suffocates. It has been discovered that the plant perspires and breathes. When it has drawn from the earth what suited it, it perspires through the leaves the juices it has pumped through the roots. It is even believed that dew comes partly from this perspiration. Through these same leaves, it draws in certain parts of the air and vapors that it contains, makes them pass through the branches and through the bark of the stem down to the roots, so that there is in the plant a circulation of sap, as in man a circulation of blood, and that air is equally necessary to both. That is not all. With air and water the plant will live, but for it to take on its natural color and beauty, for it to bear flowers and fruits, it needs something else, light. Without the light of heaven, it will remain pale, insipid, odorless, sterile. Thus we see the plant enclosed in a room stretch, with effort its branches, its leaves, and its flowers, toward the window through which light shines. And the potatoes in our cellars sometimes extend their frail stem 20 feet to reach the air-hole, where daylight pierces through. Everyone knows these facts, but who will understand the mystery behind them? Here is another. There is in plants not only an inexplicable instinct, an occult virtue, a vegetative soul, as was said formerly, a vital force, as is said at present, which seeks darkness through the roots, and light through the stem, which decomposes air, water, earth, extracts certain elements from them, composes new substances from them, manufactures pith, wood, bark, veins, leaves, flowers. There is even, as in animals, diversity of sexes for the propagation of the species. In certain plants, like hemp, the two sexes are found on two separate stems. In others, like walnut trees, they are found on the same plant. But in different flowers, in most, they are united in the same flower, but have distinct organs. Fertilization is accomplished by pollen that is communicated from one to the other. When an untimely rain or some similar obstacle prevents this communication, fertilization does not take place, and the plant remains sterile. Thus it happens to the vine when it fails to set fruit. Each according to its species, said the Creator, and this word has remained for all plants a law of nature, mingled in the same earth, watered with the same water, breathing the same air, they do not, however, become the same. Each remains what God made in the beginning. The cedar does not produce oak, the oak does not produce hazel, each begets in its image and likeness with the same kind of leaves, flowers, fruits. Leaves, flowers, fruits that vary infinitely from one species to another, to distinguish roughly only the genera, species, families of plants among themselves. Our scholars are forced to form a language apart, a language that belongs to scarcely any language. Despite this, it is impossible for them to describe exactly a simple leaf, the sinuosities of its edges, its nuances of color, the artistry of its tissue, the smooth or velvet quality of its surface, the kind of flavor it contains. It is impossible for them especially to understand its intimate nature. For 3 to 4 centuries, through unexpected discoveries, Providence has made the natural sciences progress. More than history shows us in all previous centuries, however, With all this progress, with all their physical and chemical analyses, with all their gases, salts, acids, and alkalis, our scholars from all countries still know neither how to compose, nor even recompose, a single blade of grass. What then of an entire plant? What then of all the grasses, all the plants, all the trees? What then of the entire realm, or rather the vegetable kingdom? We say kingdom, not only because of the admirable order that reigns there, but also because it is made for a king who must enjoy it, for man and the animals, his natural subjects. At the feet of the monarch extends a carpet of greenery, enamelled with innumerable flowers, whose magnificence will never equal the magnificence of Solomon. The animals that serve him will find within their reach abundant and ever-renewed pasture. For him the grains, which must nourish him principally, will be neither too high nor too low for his stature. They will be easy to handle and gather. They will give grain to his hen, bran to his pig, fodder and bedding to his horse and his ox. The trees rise higher to give him shade. They will lower their branches laden with fruit, which they will even make fall at his feet. Moreover, if trees rise so high and become so robust, it is to give him wood for ladders and machines by means of which he will climb everywhere, for granaries and storehouses, to gather the fruits of different seasons, for ships, with which he will go to collect the various tributes of his entire kingdom. The various provinces of the vegetable kingdom do not all produce the same things. There are some particular to the climate and temperature. The warmer countries will produce trees with broader leaves and more refreshing fruits. Under the torrid zone, one will see a species of fig tree, which, not content to quench thirst with its fruit, will also present parasols for entire villages. It will grow on the burning sand of the seashore, casting from the extremity of its branches a multitude of shoots that bend toward the earth, take root there, and form, around the main trunk, a quantity of arcades covered with impenetrable shade. In northern countries, and on the summit of cold mountains, grow pines, firs, cedars, and most resinous trees, which will shelter man from snow by the thickness of their foliage, and will provide him, during winter, with torches and fuel for his hearths. In our temperate climates, we experience similar benevolence from vegetable nature. It is in the hot and dry season that it will give us quantities of fruits full of refreshing juice, such as cherries, peaches, melons, and at the onset of winter, those that warm by their oils, such as almonds and walnuts. Of all parts of the earth, the most favoured will be the cradle of the human race, Asia. There will naturally come the olive, the orange, the lemon, the fig, the peach, the apricot, the cherry, tea, sugarcane, coffee, cotton, rice, balsam, spices. There will soar toward the heavens in living columns, crowned with verdant capitals, palm trees of different species, the great palm, equally celebrated both by the prophets of Israel and by the poets of the Gentiles, as the emblem of victory in heaven and on earth, and which, in the deserts of Palestine and Egypt, will provide countless hermits with clothing from its broad leaves, nourishment from its pith and dates, the coconut palm which, on the shores of the most navigated seas, will offer sailors its wood to build ships, its leaves to make sails, its trunk for the mast, its fibre for rigging, and its fruit for cargo. It is there, above all that come. It is from there that have spread across the earth two plants of puny appearance, but of inestimable virtue. One, a slender and fragile herb, distinguished neither by its leaf, nor by its flower, nor by its perfume. The other, useless and creeping wood, which is not even suitable for making a peg. These are nevertheless these two plants without vigour and without beauty, wheat and vine, which sustain man's strength and spread joy in his heart. These are the humble plants that change earth and water into bread and wine, which, in our common meals, changed into our body, and blood make us live the temporal life, and in sacred meals, changed into the body and blood of the God-man, make us live the eternal life. Admirable transubstantiation, which makes the earth and water participate in the nature of the plant in the nature of man, and man in the nature of God. Appearance of the sun and the moon. Speed of light, the 7 rays, physical radiation and spiritual radiation, the number 7, refraction, the earth brought out of darkness by the creation of light, on the first day surrounded by its atmosphere, like a transparent cloak, on the second, had therefore been, on the third, freed from the midst of the waters and clothed in a robe of greenery and flowers. But the sky still appeared a solitude. Then God said, "Let there be luminaries in the expanse of the heavens." And God made the 2 great luminaries. God said, and it was done. One can understand this with Ambrose of Milan, of the Father speakings and executing. And God made the 2 great luminaries, the sun and the moon. One can believe that these 2 bodies already existed, and that they are included in the heavens that God created in the beginning, but they were formless and invisible, as the earth was at first. It was only on the 4th day that God made them luminaries, or luminous. One of the most famous astronomers of our time, who has spent his life examining the stars, and who discovered the most significant of the new planets, along with a great number of new stars, has theorized, based on his long and numerous observations, that the sun is in itself an opaque body, but surrounded by a luminous and incandescent atmosphere that spreads light and heat throughout our universe. This opinion, favorably received by scientists, has become more than probable due to an experiment that shows that the luminous rays of the sun do not have all the same properties as those of a metallic sphere heated in fire, but rather possess all the characteristics of an incandescent and luminous atmosphere. It may therefore be that this bright glow, which makes the sun the eye of the world, the ornament of the day, the beauty of the sky, the grace of nature, and the glory of creation, is nothing other than this light, this brilliant atmosphere that God created on the first day, and with which he adorned this star on the 4th. The second of the great luminaries is the moon. But there is a big difference between the 2. The sun shines by itself like a lit torch. The moon only shines like a mirror, which reflects in part the light received from elsewhere. The moon has no more light of its own than the earth, but illuminated by the sun, it becomes like the earth, visible and luminous. It is the same for those other celestial luminaries, which are called planets or wandering stars. By their nature, they are no more luminous than the earth and the moon. The light they send us is likewise borrowed from the sun. Just like the moon, God made them luminaries on the 4th day, when he adorned the sun with this light created on the first day. As for the stars that are called fixed, and that are considered to be as many suns, were they kindled only on the 4th day, or were they already lit before? Are they not those morning stars of which God speaks in Job, and which already praised him through their angels, when the earth was still submerged in waters? Perhaps God calls them morning stars, because he made them luminous first, in contrast to our sun and its planets, which he made luminous last. For a long time, it was believed that light spread instantly everywhere. It is now observed that it takes 8 minutes and a quarter for light to travel from the sun to the earth, which is about 34 million leagues. This means more than 4 million leagues per minute. Now that one of the fixed stars which appears to us the nearest is, however, more than 400,000 times more distant from us than the sun. Therefore, it will take more than 400,000 times 8 minutes and a quarter, or at least 6 years, for the light from that star to reach us. Now suppose there are stars 1,000 times farther away than this first one. It will take 6,000 years for their light rays to come to Earth. It is therefore possible to have stars even more distant in space, whose light has not yet reached us since the moment of their creation. Certainly, God could have given them a greater speed, but as Thomas Aquinas said, following Augustine of Hippo, in the first institution of nature, it is not a question of miracle, but of the nature of things in essence. Nature is nothing but a continuous miracle. We observe it more often than its exception, but we do not understand one better than the other. Thus light, incomprehensible in its essence, inexplicable in its speed, appears to us as one, indivisible, and of a single color. However, it multiplies and divides into several different colors, to infinitely vary the tableau of the entire nature. In the rainbow, the same ray of sunlight is divided by a drop of water into 7 main colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, which are in the same proportions to each other as the 7 notes of music. This division of light and multiplication of colors can be displayed at will. One can even add or subtract from it. A ray of sunlight, received on the side of a glass triangle in a dark room, divides into the 7 colors of the rainbow. Using other glasses in the form of lenses, one can take these colors one by one, extend them, reunite them, mix them, and thus form various shades. When all 7 are combined, they form white. When all are absorbed, that is black, which is thus only the absence of any color. Now, no one knows by what inexplicable mechanism the surfaces of metals, stones, wood, and fluids, the bark, the leaves, the flowers of trees and plants, are arranged in such a way that by decomposing the rays of sunlight, they reflect to our eyes this color or that, and absorb another. Hence, the pink of the rose, the golden yellow of the orange, the whitish yellow of ripe wheat, the green of spring, the blue of the celestial vault, the blue of indigo, and the modest hue of the violet with their infinite shades. Or they may reflect them all, resulting in the whiteness of lilies, or they may reflect none, and that will be the black of ebony. Thus the same ray of light, absorbed, reunited, divided, will reveal both black and white, and all the colors that fill the space in between, created image of the uncreated light, which is life, goodness, and which illuminates every man coming into this world. Its divine rays, absorbed, and as if annulled by one, reveal in him only the absence of light, the absence of good, the absence of life, the darkness, evil, and death. Faithfully united in another, they make shine the resembling image of all splendor, of all life, of all divine perfection. In others, preserved in part according to the dispositions of each, they bring forth more or less brilliant features of eternal beauty. This division and infinite variety of colors, harmonized with the white that gathers them all, and the black that is their total absence, makes the entire nature a living tableau, where one cannot sufficiently admire the eternal painter. This division and infinite variety of graces and virtues, combined with the splendor of the perfect who gather them all, and the darkness of the reprobate who has retained none, will create, from the whole ensemble of created intelligences, an unfathomable harmony, of which eternity will not be enough to contemplate all the wonders. It would appear that created light and speech are still, one through its 7 principal colors, the other through its 7 principal tones, a shadow and like an echo of uncreated light and speech. The number 7 returns too often in Scripture for there not to be some mystery. God makes and sanctifies the universe in 7 days. Before his throne stand 7 angels or spirits. Before his holy ark burn the golden candlestick with 7 branches. The year of remission was announced by the 7 trumpets of Jubilee. The eternal book is sealed with 7 seals. The lamb that breaks them is represented to us having 7 horns or rays, and 7 eyes or divine spirits, which are sent throughout the earth. This Sun of Justice communicates itself through 7 sacraments, or 7 different irradiations. The Spirit of Charity, which is inseparable from it, communicates itself through 7 gifts or different rays. The solar ray divides to multiply the colors. It breaks and diverts from its preside over the day, were to appear and disappear all at once. We would be dazzled in the morning by its sudden splendor, and surprised in the evening by the deepest darkness. It will not do that, but, following the example of the eternal light and wisdom, of which it is an emblem, while it reaches from one end to the other with force, it will also arrange everything with gentleness. Its triumphant appearance on the horizon will be preceded by dawn, and its setting will be followed by twilight. More than an hour before sending its rays directly to us, it will cast them high into our atmosphere, from where vaporous particles will send them back to us broken and weakened. That's not all. These same rays cast obliquely into the elevated and rare parts of the air that surrounds us. They will bend toward the lower and denser parts to come closer to us, just as we see the image of a stick bend and come closer to us when it is plunged obliquely into water. It is through these few broken rays and these few atoms of air or vapor that God gently leads us from the shadows of the night to the clarity of day, and from the clarity of day to the shadows of night, through the varied hues of the morning dawn and the twilight of the evening. It is also thanks to this that we owe that beautiful azure, that gentle blue of the celestial vault. The higher one rises on the tall mountains, the more one sees the sky change from blue to black. There is a height at which the sun no longer shines, with its usual brightness, and where the stars can be seen in broad daylight, no longer sparkling, but dull. The air above is too thin to reflect the light of the stars back to our eyes, and to direct it in every direction. Lower down, this light, reflected by air and vapors that are less delicate, mixing its whiteness with the black above, produces this intermediate tone that charms the eye, and seems to surround us like a blue vault dotted with golden nails. These same atoms of vapor and air have also been given the commission by God to pass the white light of the sun from one to another, and to carry it everywhere, even into rooms where the sun never directly penetrates. What mysteries and wonders in what we see every day! The heavens declare the glory of God, and the expanse shows the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they reveal knowledge. There is no speech, nor are there words whose voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a pavilion for the sun. Like a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, he rejoices like a champion to run his course. He rises at one end of the heavens and makes his circuit to the other. Nothing is deprived of his warmth. God has united in the sun both the light that illuminates and colors, and the heat that gives life and makes plants grow. But light and heat already existed before. Plants were already painting themselves with the colors of one and animating themselves with the life of the other. The sun is not their source, but only a reservoir. It is not the light, but only a luminary. If the celestial bodies are animated, and how? The sun in its relations with time and with temperature. A much debated question among the ancients has come up again: are these celestial luminaries animated or not? There were those in favor, those against, and those in doubt. The angelic doctor, St. Thomas, reconciled these diverse opinions with admirable precision. The stars are not animated in the same way as the human body, with a soul that vivifies it and composes a single individual, the human being, but they are animated in the manner of a ship that is moved and directed by the pilot. Now, those who said with Plato that the stars are animated understood it in this latter sense, and those who argued that they are not animated understood it in the former. There is a difference in the words, but as for the thing itself, there is none, or if there is, it is very little. The sun presides over the day. It brings it to us as it rises. It takes it away as it sets. But this rising and setting of the sun is caused by the earth, which turns on itself and successively presents to the rays of this star the various points of its circumference. The sun then rises on the horizon and advances, then retreats and sets, much like the stationary shoreline rises on the horizon and advances or disappears, depending on whether the navigator approaches or drifts away. It still presides over the 4 seasons, or 4 periods of light and heat that it spreads over the earth, and over the year, which is only the collection of these 4 periods. But this circle of variations is still caused by the earth. Not only does it rotate on itself every 24 hours, so that the sun gives us the day, it also revolves around this star in 360 to 5 days and a quarter, which is called a year. In this annual revolution, it is inclined in such a way as to present to the direct rays of the sun twice the middle of its globe, or the equator, and once a certain portion of each of its hemispheres. When it presents the middle to it, the days are equal to the nights. There is an equinox for us. Spring equinox, if the earth is to then present to the sun the hemisphere where we are. Autumn equinox, if it is to present the opposite hemisphere to it. When it presents to it the most of our hemisphere that it usually presents, we have the longest days and shortest nights. Or summer. This is what is called the solstice, because the sun seems to stop for a few days before turning back toward the other hemisphere. Summer solstice for us, winter solstice for our antipodes, or those who are on the opposite side of the earth. It is all the reverse 6 months later. This is at least how scholars explain it today. Today, we say, because for centuries they explained it differently, and always with equal assurance, which could finally persuade them to be sometimes a little more modest. Phases of the moon, its relations with the earth and the sun. The moon is the second of the great luminaries. It accompanies the earth around the sun, and simultaneously orbits the earth in 29½ days. It presides over the night, often illuminating it with a pale light. Like the earth, it is not luminous by itself. Like the earth, it borrows its shine from the sun. When it shows us its entire illuminated hemisphere, which happens when it rises on the horizon just as the sun sets, it is called a full moon. When it rises at the same time as the sun, it shows us only its unilluminated hemisphere. We do not see it. This is called a new moon. Finally, we refer to the first quarter and last quarter, when it has approached or moved away from the sun in such a way as to show us half of its illuminated hemisphere, or a quarter of its total circumference. These various appearances are known by the general name of phases of the moon. Astronomers have observed similar phenomena in the moons or satellites that accompany some other planets. The night is only the shadow of the earth. When this shadow, which extends far into space, falls on the illuminated surface of the moon, this surface is obscured either totally or partially. This is what is called a partial or total eclipse of the moon. This can only occur at the time of a full moon, when the earth is directly between it and the sun. But, just like the earth, the moon has its shadow and its night. When this shadow, which also extends very far into space, meets the part of the earth where we are, it blocks out the sunlight completely or partially. This is what we call a total or partial solar eclipse. For a brief moment, we are in the shadow of the moon. This can only occur during the new moon, when this celestial body is directly between the sun and the earth, astrology. The Catholic Church destroys it and enriches astronomy. With the exception of the Hebrews, all ancient peoples were greatly afraid of eclipses. We see in the annals of China that an eclipse would throw the entire empire into turmoil. Even today, the Indians, convinced that a malevolent dragon wants to devour the moon during this event, make a great noise to scare it away, or wade into the water up to their necks to implore it not to consume it completely. The Greeks and Romans had a similar notion. If the moon was eclipsed, it was because, through their enchantments, witches were pulling it down to the earth. Consequently, the people of Rome would strike on cauldrons and other instruments to elevate it back to its place. They also lit countless torches and flambeaux, raising them towards the sky to bring back the light of the obscured celestial body. The indigenous people of Mexico believed that the moon was wounded by the sun for some quarrels they had had together. As a consequence, everyone fasted to restore peace in the household. However, in China, India, Chaldea, Persia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, there were astronomers, or astrologers, or mathematicians, for, in ancient authors, these three names signify the same thing. But, instead of enlightening the people about the cause of eclipses, these scholars led them, plunged them into a more dangerous error. As far back as one goes in profane history, astronomy, or knowledge of the stars, is seen to have degenerated into a vain and fatal superstition. The mathematicians, or astrologers, or astronomers, finding undoubtedly that considering the stars solely to understand their course and predict eclipses brought little profit, invented something more lucrative, predicting each person's destiny, the outcome of an enterprise, the fate of a battle. The sky was divided into 12 equal parts, each having its particular attribute, wealth, relatives, glory, etc. The planets were distinguished as favorable, harmful, or mixed, having their fortunate or unfortunate aspects. The decisive moment for a person's destiny is the moment of birth. Such and similar were the arbitrary principles of this vain and superstitious mathematics, as seen in the Church Fathers who fought against them. The Chaldeans, who were the first to observe the stars, were also the first astrologers, fortune-tellers, horoscope casters, soothsayers. Their name itself became common to all charlatans of this kind who soon filled the universe. The mathematicians were often banished from Rome, but always remained. Such is the language of Roman history. They fomented conspiracies with their predictions. Did they succeed? It was they who governed the empire. Did they fail? A decree would banish them, but, as an author of that time expressed it, both the learned public and the ignorant public, equally convinced that the destinies of empires and individuals were written in the stars, retained them despite all decrees. Such was the power of this astronomical superstition that one of the most sensible writers of Roman literature, in a speech entitled The Mathematician, makes this reasoning, since mathematics predicts the eclipses of stars and the event justifies its predictions. How can one not believe it when it predicts a man's destiny? The emperors thought like the common people. Tiberius expelled the mathematicians by decree, and was himself very devoted to mathematics. As for philosophers, it will suffice to cite a philosopher on the throne: Emperor Julian, astrologer, soothsayer, magician. He was constantly surrounded by magicians, soothsayers, astrologers, who then delivered the universe from this philosophical superstition. The Church of God alone. From Moses to the Council of Trent, it never ceased enlightening people about the vain prejudices or learned impostures of scholars. The philosophers of Chaldea were perhaps beginning to infatuate mankind with their astrological fables, when Moses recalled to them the ancient truth about the creation of the world and divine providence. These same wise men flattered Babylon with promises of unalterable happiness when Isaiah announced its imminent ruin, saying, "Listen, voluptuous city, appear with your enchanters, and those arts you have cultivated since your youth. You will see if they add to your strength. You have failed in the multitude of your counsels. Let them appear then. Let them save you, those who contemplated the sky, who examined the stars, and who counted the months to announce the future to you. Behold, they have become like straw. Fire has consumed them." The philosopher Julian employed all the resources of philosophy and empire to make the superstition of astrologers, mathematicians, augurs, soothsayers triumph over Christianity and common sense. When his former companions of study, Gregory of Nazianzus and Basil of Caesarea, taught people in Christian temples to mock all these philosophical extravagances and preserve common sense with Christianity. It is not that the Church ever condemned knowledge of the stars. It only wanted to banish imposture and superstition to make it a true science. The Council of Trent, in prohibiting books of superstitious astrology, was careful to exempt those of natural astrology or astronomy, which can deal not only with the course of the stars, but also with their natural influences on the movements of the sea, the temperature of the air, the return of certain diseases, observations useful to navigation, agriculture, and medicine. The Church had more interest than anyone in ensuring that the course of the sun, moon, and stars was exactly known, for it is on this that it regulates its feasts, principally the most solemn, Easter. Thus we shall see, in the Christian centuries, the greatest popes, the greatest bishops, the councils actively concerned with this important question. It is a pope, Gregory III, who would render to all peoples the eminent service of correcting the errors and uncertainties that had crept into their calendar, and of giving them a perfectly exact one. It is a cardinal, Nicholas of Cusa, who, the first among the moderns, would revive the ancient opinion of the movement of the earth around the sun. It is a canon, Nicholas Copernicus, who would establish this system on calculation and experience, and thus becoming the father of modern astronomy. In which season and in which phase did the two great luminaries appear? One might ask in which phase and in which season did the two great luminaries appear. Here is what can be conjectured as most probable. It is said that the lesser luminary, the moon, was made to preside over the night. Now, it literally presides over the entire night only when it rises at the moment the sun sets, that is, at the full moon. It is therefore likely that it appeared for the first time in this phase. It is also said that God made the two great luminaries, the sun and the moon, to separate light from darkness, day from night, and this through the middle, according to the Septuagint version. Now there is an equal division between night and day, only when the sun directly illuminates the middle of the earth, or the equator, that is, at the time of the equinoxes. One can therefore believe that it was at such a time that the sun and moon were created, or at least made luminous. But there are two equinoxes, one in spring, the other in autumn. To which of the two should we attribute the appearance of the two great luminaries? It is said immediately before, "Let the earth produce green grass and fruit trees, each according to its kind." Now, this vegetation is characteristic of spring, much more than any other season of the year. One is therefore justified in concluding that the sun and moon were created or made luminaries at the full moon of the spring equinox. This is at least how the bishops of Palestine and neighboring provinces reasoned when gathered in council at Caesarea, toward the end of the 2nd century, by order of Pope St. Victor, to settle the question of Easter in the very places where Christ had celebrated Passover. The proceedings have been preserved for us by a holy astronomer of the 7th century, the Venerable Bede. One can see there this observation that at the same time of year, the full equinoctial moon of spring, great events took place. The sun and moon began to shine on the earth. The children of Israel came out of the bondage of Egypt as from a dark prison, under the guidance of Moses and Aaron, like two stars, to become a free nation and take possession of the promised land of their fathers, Christ, God-man, prefigured for so many centuries by the Paschal victim, having been sacrificed for the deliverance of all humanity, emerges from the tomb and the darkness of death, calling all men to the freedom of God and to the promised land of heaven. Thus, the great feast of Christians, Easter, which always coincides with the rebirth of nature, reminds us of both the first youth of the world and the liberation of the people of Israel by Moses, as well as the liberation of all peoples by Christ. The two great luminaries, placed in the expanse of the heavens, indicate the time of this feast. They already served as a sign for the ancient Passover and the new moons or feasts of the new moon. But there is a final unity that the sun, the moon, and the stars are charged with announcing to all the peoples of the earth. It is the great Passover, the great passage from time to eternity. The virtues of the heavens will be shaken. The stars will fall from the sky. The sun will be darkened. The moon will no longer give its light. The elements will dissolve, not to be annihilated, but to form new heavens and a new earth. When we see the first sign of this final solemnity, then we must lift our heads, then our redemption will be near. Then the Sun of Justice will appear to never be darkened again. Then we will see in its eternal light the divine whole of this Catholic history, of which we strive to gather the human fragments. Creation of fish and birds. At the voice of God, the earth has adorned itself with a cloak of greenery sprinkled with flowers like stars. The sky has donned a cloak of azure, sprinkled with stars like flowers. Will the solitary sea remain barren? Let us listen. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth living creatures that move, and let the fowl fly above the earth across the expanse of the heavens." And it was so. Of words there are few, but who will tell of their countless wonders? Who will descend into the rivers and depths of the sea to study all its inhabitants? We know barely a few of them, but in this little, how many things that surpass and confound us? This sponge with which we clean our furniture. Do we really know who made it for us? It is the moving house that marine worms build for themselves on the sides of rocks. And this coral, whose vermilion we admire, it is debris from the stony hive that small insects build in the form of a tree trunk at the bottom of the sea. And these pearls to which we attach such high value, they are drops of sweat that a kind of oyster or oceanic slug has left to coagulate, forming from its perspiration these two shells, which are at once its house, its clothing, and its bones. And this purple of which the king's mantle boasts, it is a liquid distilled in its shell by a kind of sea snail. Solomon would owe the royal colour of his garments to a reptile, and with all his magnificence, he would not equal a flower of the fields. The inhabitant of another shell would teach navigation. The nautilus or navigator, a marine reptile with 8 arms, builds from its own substance a shell in the shape of a ship, puts enough water in it to serve as ballast, raises 2 of its arms, unfurls to the wind the membrane or sail that unites them, and extends 2 others into the sea as 2 oars, with a 5th one in front, that serves as a rudder, and thus crosses the ocean by sail and paddle, being its own ship, pilot, and crew. That is not all. If a storm threatens or an enemy is to be feared, the industrious Argonaut folds its sail, pulls in its oars and rudder, fills its vessel with water, and sinks into the abyss. Is the danger past? It turns its boat upside down, creates a vacuum in it, and makes it rise. Upon reaching the surface, it skillfully turns it over again, sets it afloat, unfolds its sail once more, and begins sailing with the winds again. When will man find the secret to escape the storm in such a way? But let's not always linger in the bitter waves of the ocean. Let's enter a bit into the rivers and streams. Everyone knows the crayfish, with its pincers and its tough shell. But does everyone know the marvel that occurs in it every year? I am not talking about the eggs it carries and hatches beneath its tail. I'm not even mentioning the incredible ability it has to regenerate the claws and legs that are torn off, or that it tears off itself. I am talking about the complete transformation it undergoes every year. It sheds not only its scaly skin, but also all its cartilaginous and bony parts, even its stomach and intestines. It completely renews itself. To top it all off, it seems that with its new stomach, it digests the old one. Who will ever understand all this? Who will ever comprehend this annual death and resurrection? Death and resurrection that are common to the crayfish and to all animals of its kind. So many mysteries. Here are some no less astonishing ones. In our streams, in our ditches, in our ponds, and in the mud at the bottom, and among the duckweed that covers their surface, there is a small worm or insect with many feet, named for this reason a polyp. If it believes itself threatened, it contracts its feet or arms, for they serve as both. It shrinks itself to become almost imperceptible. When it feels safe, it expands, extends its arms, lengthens them, walks, and seizes small insects and small worms which it devours whole. Often two polyps swallow the same worm, each from one end. When they then meet, it frequently happens that one swallows the other along with the portion of the worm that is in its body. What is even more curious is that after an hour, the polyp emerges safe and sound from the body of the one that had engulfed it. It loses only its prey. Another peculiarity: the polyp reproduces without mating. It becomes a mother without ceasing to be a virgin, a peculiarity which it nevertheless shares with other worms and insects. But what confounds all ideas and belongs only to it is that one can cut it up, lengthwise or widthwise, into as many pieces as desired, and each piece will become a complete polyp that will in turn produce others. It has only been a century since we took notice of this prodigious little worm. Science doesn't even attempt to explain its mysteries and wonders. How many others scattered beneath our feet that we don't even deign to look at? Microscopic animals. Destruction, mother of life. Since the invention of the microscope, an instrument that amazingly magnifies small objects, a whole world of tiny creatures, invisible to the naked eye and unknown to the ancients, has been discovered in each drop of water where animal or vegetable parts, such as pepper, have been infused. A famous observer has counted up to 2,000, sometimes even up to 8 and 10,000 in a single drop of rain where they swim as if in a vast sea. He estimates that 1,000 million of them are not as large as an ordinary grain of sand, yet each has its special form. There are spherical ones, flat ones, long ones. There are those that change shape at every moment. There are those that open like a funnel to seize their prey, for they eat and digest. Some are so voracious that they eat each other. They fertilize themselves without mating. Some lay eggs, others give birth to live young. Cut in two, each piece becomes a complete animal. When dried, they contract and expire. Moistened again, they resurrect after entire years and up to 20 times. Let us humble ourselves. Let us be confounded in seeing God so admirable in such common things. But while we lose ourselves in a drop of water considering infinitely small things, here comes the enormous whale, advancing from the north, sleeping on the ocean like a floating island, 60, 100, 200 feet long, on which one can see shells and sometimes even plants. The sailor, is about to disembark on it when it awakens, and, with a stroke of its tail, capsizes, or nearly capsizes, the ship. She plunges into the depths with her young one, as big as an ox, which she kisses with her rageful jaws, and nurses with her 2 teats. Although she is the largest animal that exists, she is afraid. Even within her own family, she encounters formidable enemies, against whom she has no defense but her tail. The swordfish, much smaller than her but armed at the head with a long serrated sword on each side, pursues her relentlessly. She tries to strike it with her tail and crush it in a single blow. But often the swordfish escapes, leaps into the air, lands on her, and seeks not to pierce her, but to saw her with its toothed sword. The whale reddens the sea with its blood, which gushes in large bubbles from its wounds. She enters into a fury, striking the water with blows so terrifying that the sailor shudders in the distance. But an enemy even more to be feared for her is man. One day he will come to the very midst of the northern ice to make her recognize his empire. If she could always remain at the bottom of the waters, she would still have a way to escape him. But no. Different from other fish, she must come to the surface from time to time to breathe air. Man will take advantage of this to hurl a sharp harpoon at her from above a fragile boat, which pierces her flesh and makes streams of blood gush forth. No matter how much she thrashes the sea with the beats of her tail, the iron remains fixed in the large wound. No matter how deeply she plunges into the abyss, the iron follows her into the abyss, and with it a long cable whose end is in the boat. And then she must return to the surface after half an hour to catch her breath. The daring fisherman takes advantage of this to finish her off with blows of his harpoons. Dead, she is suspended with chains to the side of the large ship. Carpenters, their feet equipped with iron spikes, climb onto her body, hacking at the blubber with axes. Her fat, her oil will enrich provinces. Trade will carry her from kingdom to kingdom. The arts will use her in many different ways. The bony blades or baleen that line her jaw, with which she crushes the insects and small fish she feeds on, will serve, among other things, for parasols and umbrellas. Her enormous skeleton might amuse the children of some great city, while the people of Greenland will use her carcass for their boats, covering them with her skin. An astonishing choice, which we will undoubtedly have already noticed. And among the imperceptible inhabitants of a drop of rain, and among the gigantic whales of the ocean, there is war. There is a fight to the death. But under the hand of Providence, these wars and these fights sustain life and the universal harmony. Thus, this year, like last year, millions of herrings and cod, pursued, it seems, by whales and attracted by insects and small fish, will come to be caught along the coasts of Europe and on the banks of Newfoundland, in order to serve as food for millions of men. And next year, in the same season, just as many will return. And despite this prodigious consumption, their number will not decrease. God has given them an even more prodigious fertility. A single female herring will produce at least 10,000, a single cod, up to 10 million. Having supplied the various peoples of the earth, and provided particularly for the nourishment of the poor, the herrings, and after them the cod, return under the ice of the north, multiply there, without peril, and come back the following year by the billions, marching behind a few leaders, in battle formation, not to fight, but to be caught more conveniently. And, curiously, these fish that are born and live in the salty waters of the sea are not salty. We need to salt them when we want to preserve the flesh, or send it far away, but it is the sea that will provide the salt. What the ocean is for the whole earth, an immense breeding ground where God lavishes inexhaustible food for all peoples, lakes, rivers, and streams, are for each kingdom, each province, each canton. People fish there every year. They fish there all year round, and always the fish fulfill before our eyes the blessing that God gave them in the beginning: grow, multiply, and fill the waters. Always the waters fill with fish at first imperceptible, but which grow visibly, and which soon multiply in turn. A single carp, escaped from the fisherman's net, is enough to repopulate an entire river with its 300,000 eggs. Who would not bless the Creator at the sight of so many wonders? What inexplicable varieties in the little we know of his living works! Here are turtles, crayfish, conchs, oysters, which have bones outside and flesh inside. There are fish of all kinds, which have bones inside and flesh outside, but covered with skin, which is itself covered with scales. Some move slowly with their stone houses, others dart like an arrow, gently sway, rise, descend at will. To more easily cut through the waves, God gives them a slender body, flattened on the sides and sharpened at the head, natural oars or fins, placed under the chest and belly, at the tail and on the back, direct them in all directions. An even more curious organ is an air bladder they have inside, which they can dilate or compress at will. Do they compress it? Becoming heavier, they sink. Do they dilate it? Becoming lighter, they rise. Although always in water, they nonetheless breathe air like us, but not as much as we do. They find enough in the water they swallow through their mouth and expel through their gills, which, in passing, extract the aerial particles, much like our lungs decompose atmospheric air, and use part of it to maintain blood circulation and life. Finally, each fish species has received a weapon, or at least some industry to defend itself if needed: the whale, its murderous tail; the swordfish, its saw-sword; the narwhal, its spiral horn; the hedgehog perch, their spines; the purple, its drill, which pierces the hardest shells; the dolphin 28/40. November 27th, 2024, PDF Translate, Volume 1-3.pdf. Or cider, launches a violent jet of water at its adversary's eyes to stun it. The cuttlefish, a bottle of ink to hide from view. The electric ray numbs the hand that wants to seize it. Another, on the point of becoming prey to its numerous enemies, flies into the air using large membranes that serve as wings, and with which it sustains itself as long as they remain moist. As for those fish that have the least industry to defend themselves, they have in compensation the greatest: fertility to spread, while those who, through their size, voracity, and weapons, are the most fearsome, multiply, only very few in comparison. The whale produces only one offspring per year, at most two; the herring, thousands. Thus God, both in the tempestuous sea where the fish stir, and in the tumultuous sea where humans stir, equally brings forth order from disorder, peace from war, the eternal harmony of temporal revolutions. The flying fish leaping into the air allows us to glimpse a new world, new beings, new forms, a new decoration, the world of birds. Scales are replaced by feathers, a beak takes the place of teeth, fins are succeeded by wings and feet, lungs with a different structure replace gills. The silence that previously reigned in nature is banished, and, in several species, replaced by the most melodious songs. Aquatic birds, domestic birds, etc., wonders of the history of birds, migratory birds. There are these new beings, such as the swan, the goose, and the duck, that one sees barely leaving the humid element from which the voice of the Creator has brought them forth. Calm in the midst of storms, they struggle against the winds, frolicking with the waves, without fearing shipwreck. Born navigators, their bodies are shaped like the hull of a vessel. The neck, which rises from a prominent chest, resembles the prow. Their short, tufted tail appears like a rudder. Their webbed feet serve as oars. Finally, the fine down, thick and coated in oil, that covers their bodies is a kind of natural tar, that protects them from the touch of water. In the midst of this turbulent element, their life is peaceful. They play, frolic, dive and resurface with graceful movements. They find their sustenance even more than they seek it. Thus, their habits are generally innocent, and their ways are peaceful. They wait for humans to give them their down and feathers, and even come running at the sound of their voice. A little further along the shore, others appear with slender bodies and long necks. Their feet, set high, lack membranes, thus they do not swim, but walk in marshes and shallow waters. Their beaks lengthen and taper to dig in the muddy silt and search for suitable food, such as fish, reptiles, and insects. The stork is among them. The stork, which the ancients called the pious one, because of its filial piety toward its parents. Are they old? It feeds them, and warms them with the same tenderness as its little ones, lifts them in their weakness, and teaches them to fly with his wings, to taste again some pleasure of a better age. Elsewhere, the domestic hen warns us that she has just rewarded our hospitality with a fresh egg. The swallow, both wild and familiar, confidently suspends her home above our hearths. In the garden, the finch, the goldfinch, and the bullfinch delight us with their plumage and song. When we go to the countryside, the linnet and the warbler greet us from within the bushes. The field lark rises joyfully above our heads and seems to invite us, by its ravishing melody, to rise with it to the heavens. In the neighboring grove, the solitary nightingale fills the surrounding echoes with its voice. If it notices that we are listening, it seems to become even more animated. It composes and performs in all tones, going from serious to playful, from simple song to the most bizarre warbling, from the lightest trills and runs to tender, languishing, and mournful sighs, which it then abandons to return to its natural gaiety. In our admiration, we imagine this singer of nature to have a majestic stature, brilliant plumage, a superb gaze, yet it is of puny appearance, very common color, and with a timid look. Even among birds, God delights in bestowing his most perfect gifts on the humblest. The eagle, king of the skies, has received as its share greatness, strength, courage, piercing vision, and rapid flight. It places its nest on inaccessible rocks, stares directly at the sun, rises above the clouds, and from there swoops down on prey it spots in the plain. When its young, nourished on blood and carnage, are able to fly, it chases them from its Aryan surroundings, forcing them to go conquer an empire elsewhere. By the boldness of its flight and the sharpness of its gaze, it is the emblem of genius that rises into the very bosom of God to contemplate the word, light and life. By the domination it exercises in its vicinity, by the ease with which it carries in its talons the heaviest birds and even quadrupeds. It is the emblem of that king people who were given to conquer all others. And the voice of the peoples and the voice of the prophets have equally recognized in the eagle these noble prerogatives. Very different from the eagle are the dove and the turtle dove, both emblems of a chaste, simple, gentle, loving soul, faithful to God, the dove, which lives only for its spouse and for its children, the turtle dove, which, when it has lost its mate, suffers no other, but spends the rest of its days in widowhood and solitude, the turtle dove and the dove which will be offered in place of the one who will offer himself for us. When God will have drowned the earth in the flood, the dove will announce peace to us. When the Spirit of God, which vivified the waters in the beginning, comes to sanctify them in those of the Jordan, he will descend in the form of a dove, a symbol of innocence and love. But if the Spirit of grace and light has its emblem in the dove, the spirits of malice and darkness also have theirs in the night birds. A kind of ghost with a dark face, a hateful expression, a hooked beak, sharp claws, and a sinister cry. They inhabit places of ruin and desolation. taking advantage of the time of sleep to surprise the little sleeping birds. A vivid image of those wicked and hateful spirits that dwell in places of eternal horror, in ruined souls, and, in moments of darkness, surprise those who are not on their guard. How many other lessons, both about divine providence and about our own duties, the different species of birds would give us if we knew how to pay attention to them. "Question the birds of the sky," Job said to his friends, "and they will teach you. Consider the birds of the sky," says the very one who made them. "They neither sow nor gather into barns, and your heavenly Father feeds them. Your heavenly Father has sown for them, and with what profusion. Perhaps we didn't quite know why this infinite multitude and variety of trees, plants, and herbs that cover the earth with their leaves, flowers, and fruits, perhaps we saw in them only a beautiful adornment. It is also an abundantly served table, where birds are first invited to take each the food that suits them. Not only does our Father feed them, but he also clothes them, not all in the same robe or the same color, but each in a robe and a different color. And in this robe, what softness, what fineness, what elegance! And in this color, what variety, what richness! From the enormous ostrich, whose feathers adorn the heads of kings and queens, to the charming hummingbird, a true jewel of nature, which lives on the nectar of flowers, bathes on a leaf in the morning dew, and whose plumage, semi-transparent, surpasses all the brilliance of precious stones. Not only does our Father clothe all the birds with this variety and richness, but he also gives each of them a new robe every year, and he gives it to them as winter approaches. It is not enough that he performs wonders for them. He causes them to perform wonders themselves. For who but he teaches them, when the fair season returns, to build beforehand a cradle for their unborn young, to build it with such art and symmetry, some on the ground amid meadows or ripening fields, others in the hollow of a tree, on branches, in a bush, against a wall, in a rock crevice, some with mortar, like the swallow, some build with branches from trees, such as the eagle and the stork, others use blades of grass, moss, hair, wool, and feathers, like little birds. Who teaches most of these creatures to line the inside of their nests with soft fur, sometimes pulling out their own down for that purpose? Who tells them that they will have eggs, and that they must sit on them for a number of days to impart vital warmth? Who informs them that after this time, chicks will hatch? Who inspires their mother with the tenderness to care for them, the courage to defend them before and after their birth? Who then gives the timid warbler the courage to attack even a man? Is it not the one who made her, the one who said to his people, "If while walking along a path you find on a tree or on the ground the nest of a bird, and the mother covering her young or her eggs, you shall not capture the mother along with the young, but having taken the young, you shall let the mother go, so that happiness may come to you, and that you may live long." Who would not admire in the birds the wonders of maternal tenderness, the care they take to find and prepare food for their young, their devotion, their industriousness in saving them from danger? The hen, of such a greedy nature, keeps nothing for herself. Everything is for her chicks. While they eat, she watches over their safety. When they are full, she gathers them and warms them under her wings. If an enemy suddenly appears, no matter how strong, she rushes at it with feathers bristled, attacking it with loud cries using her beak and claws, ready to die to save her little ones. A beautiful image of tenderness under which the Creator sees himself. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often I have wanted to gather your children as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. Having become a mother, the most stupid bird is intelligent. The turkey hen walks with her brood. Suddenly she utters a cry, and the little ones fall to the ground, motionless, and play dead. One is astonished at such a spectacle. When one glimpses high in the clouds a vulture with cruel talons, which the vigilant eye of the hen had noticed first. Has the danger passed? She utters a new cry, and immediately the chicks get up, run to their mother, beating their wings as a sign of joy. The partridge shows itself even more cunning. Does a hunter, a dog, approach the young family? Immediately the father utters a particular cry, begins to fly dragging his wing, or to run limping to more easily entice the dog, and the hunter to pursue him. Soon after the mother flies away from another direction, but more quickly and farther. Hardly has she alighted, when she immediately returns running to find her chicks huddled each on their side in the grass, and among the trenches, and before the dog, lured away by the father's trick, had time to return, she carried them far off. Would that all fathers and mothers had the same care and prudence to keep their children safe? Another marvel. There are birds that remain with us always. There are a few, like woodcocks, that leave us in spring only to return with the frosts, but the vast majority depart in autumn and come back in spring. Quails go to Africa and Asia, where one day they will feed the people of God. Swallows fly to Senegal. Who teaches them that there are milder climes elsewhere? Which geographer shows them the route? Which astronomer tells them that the sun, which recedes from us in autumn, will draw nearer in spring? Who commands them to gather in flocks and take flight at a single signal? And who, finally, has endowed cranes with that admirable system of governance worthy of serving as a model? As Ambrose of Milan says, among them there is a certain natural order and discipline. Among us it is forced and servile. With what voluntary and unbidden exactness the cranes stand guard at night. You see sentinels posted, and while their companions rest, others patrol and probe for ambushes. Each applies herself with tireless care to the common safety. Has her watch ended? Has she fulfilled her duty? She prepares for sleep only after giving a signal to rouse another who is sleeping, handing over her post. That other immediately takes her place willingly. The sweetness of the interrupted sleep makes her neither sullen nor lazy. She diligently performs her duty, and the service she has rendered she renders with equal exactness and affection. There is no desertion, because devotion is natural, the guard is secure, because the will is free. They keep the same order in flight, lightening the burden by taking turns at the helm. One leads at the front, cleaving the air at the head of a triangular formation. When her time is up, she falls back to the rear, and leaves the lead to the next. Labor and honor are common to all. Power is not a privilege arrogated by a few, but by a sort of voluntary lot. It passes in turn to everyone. What could be more beautiful? This is the pattern of the primitive republic, and the model of a free city. Such was the governance that men received from nature, imitating the birds, and practiced in the beginning. Labor was shared, dignity was shared, each learned in turn to share the cares, the obedience, and the command. None was deprived of honor, none exempt from labor. It was the perfect state of things. No one grew proud of perpetual power, nor was anyone crushed by excessive servitude. The promotion that took place in order of responsibility and succession of time did not provoke envy, and the position that fell to you by a common fate seemed easier to bear. No one dared to oppress another with servitude who would succeed them in honors, and whom they would have to endure the disdain of in turn. No one found burdensome a task that was lightened by the dignity to come. Winged insects. God bless the fish and the birds. But while we admire the industry and government of migratory birds, I hear another species of winged creatures, a cloud of insects, a swarm of bees buzzing around me as if to claim the preeminence of government and industry. Indeed, it will be difficult not to grant it to them. Their government is a republican monarchy of women, distinguished in 3 orders, a single queen, mother of all her people, sterile but worker females, numbering 12 to 40,000, finally some males to fertilize the queen. Has the swarm entered a hive or a hollow tree? Immediately the workers clean its interior and coat it with a kind of gum, then transforming into wax the honey they have gathered from flowers, and secreting it in small scales between the rings of their belly, they build 6-sided cells from it, some of their own size for their future companions, others larger for future males, and some even larger for queens to come. As the cells are completed, the reigning queen, surrounded by a numerous retinue that lavishes upon her all the testimonies of respect and love, comes to visit them and lay a small egg, which, in the space of 21 days, transforms successively into a worm, into a nymph, into a bee. The workers, immediately becoming nurses, incubate this egg with great care, feed the worm both with honey and with flower dust, that others bring them from the fields in kinds of spoons they have on their hind legs. When in spring a great number of these young workers are born, when especially a new queen is about to hatch, a revolution takes place in the state. They go, they come, they stir, until the mother queen, followed by part of the old and new bees, leaves the hive, and goes to found a colony elsewhere. Shortly after, the young queen emerges from her cradle, receives the homage of her people, is fertilized in the air by the males, and gives birth 200 times a day. Then, is the season still favorable, the population exuberant, is a second queen especially about to be born. The first leaves the hive in turn with part of her subjects, to go establish herself and multiply elsewhere. On the contrary, is the season late, the population too weakened. The young queen will break the royal cells and pierce the emerging queens with her sting. The workers watch her and let her do it, but they prevent her when the season is still good, and the population sufficient for a new swarm. Does it sometimes happen that in the same hive there are 2 queens at once? There is revolution in the state. To put an end to it, the 2 rivals seek each other out and fight before the assembled nation until one of the 2 succumbs. It could be that in this duel they might give each other death at the same time. Providence has provided for this. Have they seized each other in such a way as to pierce each other mutually? Suddenly they separate and flee, each to her own side. But soon they return to combat. The people themselves force them back to it, until one of the 2 has triumphed over the other. Is there in a hive no queen at all? But do the bees have hope of having one soon, because there is an egg, a larva or a pupa in a royal cell? The state is tranquil, the work continues. Even if there were nothing in any queen's cradle, provided there is an egg or a young larva in one of the cells where workers are to hatch, the state is still saved. The nurse bees will give this larva the royal food, and, instead of a sterile female, it will become a perfect queen, capable of being fertilized by the males and of giving birth to 40,000 new bees per year. But is there no longer hope of having a queen in any of these ways? The state is lost. This people so industrious, so active, becomes suddenly gloomy, sad, careless. No one goes gathering honey in the fields for the public stores. No one returns with flower pollen to feed the young brood. No one forms wax to build new cells. No one beats their wings at the entrance of the hive to renew the air. Everything perishes. Man alone can still save the desolate republic. One need only give it a comb taken from elsewhere, but where there is a royal cell furnished with its egg, or only some cells with eggs or young larvae for common bees, immediately confidence is reborn, work recommences, and in a few days a new sovereign will receive the homage of a faithful people. These are quite astonishing marvels, all the more astonishing because they have been ignored for so long, all the more astonishing because they were discovered in our day by a blind observer, the Englishman Hubert. How many other marvels we continue to ignore! God appears all the greater, says Cyril of Jerusalem, the better one knows his creatures. So too the wisest of King Solomon received that knowledge from above, along with divine wisdom. God himself, he says, has given me true knowledge of everything that exists, so that I might understand the disposition of the universe and the virtues of the elements, the beginning and end and middle of times, the successive changes and return of seasons, the course of years, the movement of stars, the nature of animals, the instinct of beasts, the force of winds, and the thoughts of men, the differences of plants and the virtues of roots. And I have learned all secret and unknown things, because wisdom itself, which has created everything, has instructed me. Therefore, when, especially in youth, the same wisdom, the same providence, offers us the means to receive the same instructions, let us beware of a culpable indifference or laziness. Let us imitate the Son of David, like him. Let us prefer the lessons of this divine wisdom to kingdoms and thrones. Let us amass in the favorable season these treasures of knowledge that will not only embellish our life on earth, but can also enhance our glory in heaven. Even insects give us an example. Go to the ant, says Solomon to the lazy. Consider her ways and become wise. She has no chief, no moderator, no master, yet she prepares her bread in the summer and gathers her food during the harvest. Indeed, ants have neither king, nor queen, nor commander, however. They gather in society, build types of cities, work together during the day, and have their meals together at night. Their government is a republic, where 3 orders can be distinguished, as with bees, males, females, and workers. Males and females serve only to propagate the species. They have wings and mate in the air. After that, the males die, or are perhaps killed, as with bees. The females return to the anthill and lay small eggs which, cared for by the workers, successively transform into larvae, pupae, and male, female, or common ants. The latter are always the majority. What is commonly called ant eggs are actually larvae in a kind of cocoon they have spun for themselves, in which they undergo their final metamorphosis. During winter, ants become dormant in our climates and do not eat. The food they gather during the summer is consumed each day. Perhaps they also serve in preparation for and emerging from the bad season. Ants wage wars between communities or between species. They keep prisoners completely enslaved and condemn them to forced interior labor. Moreover, they raise and properly nourish other insect species, especially aphids, in a kind of stable, and they care for them to milk them and to obtain assured food in times of scarcity, as we keep in domesticity our cows, our goats, our sheep. Finally, they constitute true republics where everything is held in common: properties, families, food, and livestock. What then is God, to lavish such wonders everywhere? There is not even the most repulsive insects, the caterpillars, that do not offer us the most astonishing ones. They multiply prodigiously every year, because every year they must serve as food for a prodigious multitude of birds. They sometimes multiply excessively, to punish and humble us for our lack of gratitude toward their Creator and ours. Their appearance alone repulses us, yet it is to a caterpillar, and to a caterpillar among the least agreeable in its form and color, that we owe silk, and consequently the most. Precious fabrics, the richest ornaments both in the palaces of kings and in the temples of God. Who told us that those in our gardens cannot give rise to something similar? Like the caterpillar that spins silk for us. These are worms hatched from an egg laid by a butterfly. After crawling for some time and grazing on grass, they prepare for death. For this, some spin cocoons, others hide underground in small, well-built cells, some suspend themselves by their posterior end, and others bind themselves with a belt that embraces their body. In this kind of sepulture, they shed their skin, their legs, the outer covering of their head, their skull, their jaws, their spinning tool, their stomach, and part of their lungs. It is a true death or passage from one existence to another. In this new state, they are called pupae, because they have that shape, chrysalids or aurelias, because their covering has the color of gold, nymphs finally, or young brides, because in this covering they take on more beautiful attire and the final form under which they must appear to multiply their species through generation. Soon you will see the crawling, blind, sullen caterpillar emerge from its tomb, transformed into a light butterfly adorned with the most vivid colors, having eyes and wings, perceiving distant flowers in the meadow, flying from one to another to suck their honey and dew, and living, so to speak, only on pleasure and happiness. Admirable image of what the death of the righteous will be. After having lived on earth, subject to error and passions, he gathers himself and prepares for his final passage. His body descends into the tomb. It descends there as an inert, crude mass, ready to decay. But one day it will emerge immortal, incorruptible, glorious, agile, even spiritual. The new man will rise above the worlds. He will take flight even into the heavens, and there enjoy eternal delights. Alas, we know only a small portion of the creatures that God created from the waters on the fifth day, and even those we know little about. However, in this little, what beauty and wonders! A man's lifetime is not enough to review and describe them all. A scholar wrote a large book, and a book as interesting as it is large, on the anatomy of a single caterpillar. What would it be, then, if we perfectly knew what we only know in part? What would it be if, like God, we knew everything that swims in the waters, everything that flies in the air? Without doubt, we would see, like him, that all of this is good. It is said that God blessed the fish and birds. Does it not seem that they in turn bless him, morning and evening, with their harmonious concerts? Do they not do the same at sunrise and sunset? Do not the fish, though mute, leap out of the water at these two times, to praise in their own way the one who made them? Or rather, do not both seem to invite the priest and pontiff of all nature man to be their interpreter before God, creation of animals? But when will this king of creation, this noble vassal of the Creator, appear? When will we see our first ancestor? When will we learn to know ourselves, instead of only studying animals? Soon, for soon the earth will be ready to receive him. The fifth day populated his future subjects for him, the waters and the air. The sixth day will first complete the formation of his empire, by equally populating the earth with living beings, and then will show us him himself. And God said, "Let the earth produce living creatures, each according to its kind, beasts for help, creeping creatures and wild beasts, according to their different species." And it was so. And the bull or ox, king of draft animals, was born, bellowing, as if to call its master. Beside him the heifer bellows, ready to give her milk, cream, and butter. Both of them, for a bit of straw and hay, will serve man all their lives to plough and fertilize the earth, to pull heavy carts, and when they have left him numerous descendants, they will still nourish him with their flesh and provide shoes from their hide. Near them the ram and bleating sheep offer him their fleece for clothing, and when he wants to give a feast to his friends, they will let themselves be put to death with their lamb, without saying anything. Further away, next to the goat, the climbing goat presents itself to be the nursemaid for the poor man's children. And when guilty man has incurred heaven's disgrace, these same animals will allow themselves to be sacrificed to obtain his grace, awaiting a more holy victim who will merit it for him. Hence, in the ancient law, these bulls, these heifers, these rams, these sheep, these goats, these she-goats, as well as their young, offered in holocausts for sin, hence especially the paschal lamb or the lamb of passage, representing that Lamb of God who was to sacrifice himself one day to make us pass from death to life, from servitude to liberty. Thus, the great occupation and principal wealth of the ancient patriarchs will be to raise a great number of these first animals. To help man in this occupation, an animal will be born, intelligent, docile, lively, tireless, faithful. The shepherd's dog will guard his flocks. The hunter's dog will subdue the beasts of the fields and forests. The deer, the roe deer, the hare will be forced to beautify the parks and garnish the rich man's table. The wild boar, reduced to domesticity under the name of pig, and feeding on the vilest things, will become the wealth of the poor. And for all these services, the dog will ask only for some table scraps, some bones. With that, he will attach himself to his master as the most faithful of servants. He will watch around his dwelling. He will be sad in his absence, jump for joy at his return, accompany him on all paths, defend him at the peril of his life. Does he see him murdered? More than once he will denounce the murderer to human justice, and this fidelity is the same for the poor as for the rich. Nothing can corrupt it, not even ill treatment. He will lick the hand that just struck him. There's more. If man is reduced to begging and becomes blind, a little dog will lead him by a string through the streets, making him avoid missteps, soliciting pity from passers-by, and leading him to the rich man's door, where he will beg, through the humility of his gaze, to put some alms in the basin he holds in his mouth. Who then inspired such great attachment to man in this little animal? But here is another who, by the beauty of his stature and the pride of his gait, seems to address to us these words of God to Job. Was it you who gave strength to the horse, who draped his neck with a flowing mane? Will you make him leap like a grasshopper? His proud neighing spreads terror. He paws the ground, he leaps with pride, he runs toward weapons. Fearless he laughs at fear, he faces the edge of the sword. Upon him the sound of the quiver rings out, the flame of the lance and javelin sparkles. He boils, he trembles, he devours the ground. Has he heard the trumpet? It is she. He says, "Let's go." And from afar he breathes in combat, the thundering voice of chiefs and the clash of arms. This appears to be referencing the biblical passage from the book of Job describing the majestic nature of the horse in battle. This magnificent animal will love and fear man, who will regulate its strength and make it like another version of himself. Look at this ardent and impetuous horse while its rider guides and tames it. What irregular movements! This is an effect of its ardor. And its ardor comes from its strength, but from a poorly regulated strength. It composes itself, becomes more obedient under the spur, under the bridle, under the hand that handles it left and right, pushes it, holds it back as it wishes. In the end, it is tamed. It only does what is asked of it. It knows how to walk, it knows how to run, no longer with that activity that exhausted it, through which its obedience was still disobedience. Its ardor has changed into strength, or rather, since this strength was in some way within this ardor, it has become regulated. Note, it has not been destroyed, it is regulated. It needs no spur, almost no bridle, for the bridle no longer has the effect of taming the wild animal. With a small movement, which is only the indication of the rider's will, it warns rather than forces, and the peaceful animal now does nothing more than listen, so to speak. Its action is so united with that of the one who leads it that they now form only one and the same action. Thus the Christian soul, under God's hand, transforms its ardor and activity into gravity, gentleness, and order. Noble creature made to be led by God, and to carry him, so to speak, therein lies its courage, therein lies its nobility. But the horse, proud to pull the chariot of kings, to carry the warrior into battles, to run with the hunter tracking the deer, demands expensive food and much care. The poor will therefore be deprived of it. Thus, right alongside, rises a more modest, more hard-working, tougher, more frugal animal, accommodating all sorts of food, herbs, leaves, thistles, an animal that will help the poor in everything, to sow, to harvest, to transport their small possessions, their family, from one place to another. The donkey will even do what the horse cannot do. It will climb high mountains. It will walk with sure footing on the narrowest, most slippery paths, even on the edges of precipices. The female donkey, whose milk sometimes restores health to the sick, will carry in triumph to Jerusalem the one who is the king of the poor. In the high Cordilleras of America, where there are neither horses, nor donkeys, nor sheep, the llama will take the place of all three, serving as a mount, carrying loads, providing wool, milk, and meat all at once. The same will be true in northern Europe, where snow covers the ground 6 months of the year. There, God will give to the poor laps, to serve as both horse, cow, and almost sheep, a species of deer, the reindeer, which will ask for no other payment than to graze on the moss that it will dig up itself under the snow. Not far from there, the beavers gathered in society. They build on stilts in the middle of rivers, dikes 80 to 100 feet long, then alongside, partly under water, partly above, houses joined together in the form of villages, each containing 1 to 10 households with the necessary provisions. And for all these marvelous constructions, they have no other axe than their teeth, no other pickaxe than their front feet, no other oar than their hind feet, no other trowel or hammer than their tail. They could have taught man the art of bridges and roadways. In hot countries, where neither llama nor reindeer can live, in arid deserts where cattle, donkey, and horse would find neither water nor pasture, God gave the Arabs the camel. Its foot is designed to walk with sure steps amid the sands, where it will travel 20 to 30 leagues per day, sometimes carrying 1,000 to 1,200 pounds in weight. Its food will be a little grass found by chance along its route, or a bit of dough or dried fruits given by its guide. As for water, it will sometimes go 9 days or more without drinking. If there happens to be a pond with water some distance from its path, it will smell it from more than half a league away, quicken its pace, and drink in one go for all the time past and for as much time to come. For this purpose, God has given it, and it alone, a reservoir. Ruminating animals, or those that rechew what they initially swallowed, such as cattle, sheep, and goats, have 4 stomachs. A first, larger one, serves as a hay storage. After the grass they pack there has been macerated for some time, they bring part of it back up to their mouth and leisurely grind it, to send it to the second stomach, then to the third, and finally to the fourth. In addition to these 4 stomachs, the camel has been given a 5th one, capable of holding all the water it will need for a week. This water stays there without becoming contaminated. As the camel needs it, it will pump it up from the reservoir to its throat. Thanks to this unique design of divine providence, the dromedary with its hump, and the camel with its 2 humps, will transport man and his goods across otherwise impassable deserts. That's not all. They will nourish him with their milk, clothe him with their hair, their dried dung will serve as wood for cooking in the desert, finally. After having served him all their lives with great docility, they will still nourish him with their flesh upon death. Who would not bless the Creator's goodness, thus preparing for us in each climate the animal we need there, in burning climates, where even the camel cannot endure, the elephant, this walking mountain that makes the earth tremble under its steps, will be born wild, but will be easily tamed. At first it appears as a shapeless colossus, a small, almost immobile head with an immense body, long ears, straight and massive legs like thick pillars, ending in a foot so short, so small, that it is barely distinguishable, a tough, thick and calloused skin. With that, the elephant is of all animals the one that comes closest to humans in terms of skill, intelligence and feeling. What the hand is for man, the trunk is for the elephant. With this trunk, which it can move and turn in all directions, it picks flowers and uproots trees. With its body, it knocks down walls. Alone, it sets in motion the largest machines and transports burdens that several horses could barely move. A load of 4,000 to 5,000 is not too heavy for a large elephant. It carries a war tower loaded with numerous fighters. Finally, with its strong tusks, it can pierce the most terrible of animals, the one that the most powerful fear. What makes it even more interesting are the noble sentiments that form its character. Preserving the memory of benefits received, it never fails to recognize its benefactor. It shows its gratitude through the most expressive signs and remains always attached to him. Some have been seen to wither away with grief upon losing their mahout, or the man who cared for them. As docile a domestic as it is faithful, and as intelligent as it is docile, it seems to anticipate its master's desires, divine his thoughts, and obey him by inspiration. It refuses no kind of service, not even the most arduous. It pursues its task with constancy, without becoming discouraged, and always considers itself sufficiently rewarded when shown, through some caresses, that one is satisfied with the use of its strength. But the more sensitive it is to good treatment, the more it becomes irritated by punishments it has not deserved. It keeps a long memory of offences and never loses the opportunity to avenge them. However, anger, even in these moments, does not always prevent it from listening to its generosity. An elephant had just avenged itself on its handler by killing him. Witnessing this spectacle, his wife, beside herself, takes her 2 children and throws them at the feet of the furious animal. "Since you have killed my husband," she said to him, "take my life as well, along with my children's." The elephant stopped short, softened, and, as if it had been touched by regret, it took the older of these children with its trunk, placed him on its neck, adopted him as its handler, and would suffer no other. Outside of these cases, the elephant, gentle by temperament, only uses its strength or weapons to defend itself, help its master, or protect its fellow elephants. Flexible, accommodating, and affectionate, it returns caresses with caresses, using its trunk, bends its knees before the one who must mount it, submits to their direction, even helps to load itself, allows itself to be dressed and adorned. It even seems to take pleasure in it. Its social habits, which keep it away from solitude and a wandering life, lead it to seek the company of animals of its species, and to be useful to them. The oldest of the elephants, being the most experienced, leads the herd. The second oldest brings up the rear. The young and weak are in the center of the battalion, and the nursing mothers carry their young, whom they embrace with their trunks. This is the order that these prudent animals observe during dangerous marches, but when they have nothing to fear, they relax their precautions considerably. They walk in the forests, fields, and meadows. They graze at their leisure, without however straying far enough from each other to deprive themselves of mutual aid or warnings. These various animals, more or less friends, helpers or feeders of man, announce that he himself is not far away. Also a few more to maintain order in his domains, and he will come to take possession and be recognized by his countless subjects. Man, after God, king and master of animals, will multiply slowly occupy all his domains. Animals, on the contrary, at least a great number of them, multiply in a prodigious manner. If therefore nothing counterbalances their fertility, soon the earth will no longer suffice to nourish them. They will perish from hunger and their corpses will infect the air. Carnivorous animals will be charged with putting order to this. Obliged, by the nature of their stomach, to live on flesh and blood, they will throw themselves upon the others, principally upon those which multiply most. To this end, they will receive strength and agility to reach their prey, claws to tear it, teeth to devour it. At their head appears the king of forests and deserts, the lion with imposing figure, assured gaze, proud gait, terrible voice. Powerful and courageous, he makes his prey of all others and is himself the prey of none. However, he kills only to satisfy his hunger. When it is appeased, he is harmless. Moreover, as generous as he is strong, even in the savage state he is grateful for good done to him. Everyone knows the lion of Enriches, delivered in Africa by this fugitive slave from a thorn which had entered his paw. He shared with him the fruits of his hunt, and finally saved his life in the amphitheatre of Rome, defended him against all other beasts, and made himself his faithful servant. Less strong than the lion, the tiger, with its wild eyes and blood-coloured tongue always hanging out of its mouth, is baselessly ferocious and cruel without necessity. It is the tyrant of animals. It seizes and tears apart, not only to devour flesh and drink blood, but even when satiated and quenched, it continues to tear apart and massacre. The lion, when caught young and raised among domestic animals, easily becomes accustomed to living and even playing innocently with them. It is gentle with its masters and even affectionate, especially in its early age, and if its original ferocity sometimes reappears, it rarely turns against those who have wronged him. The tiger is perhaps the only animal whose nature man cannot bend. Gentle habit has no effect on this iron character. He tears apart the hand that feeds him just as he does the hand that strikes him. He roars at the sight of any living being. Such is his cruel ferocity that he often devours his own children and tears apart their mother when she tries to defend them. His rage, which would destroy everything, thus becomes an obstacle to itself. God has charged the most furious of animals with preventing there from being too many of its kind. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts, from the lion, tiger, panther, leopard, down to the hyena and the wolf, charged, along with the dogs and vultures, with cleansing the earth of corpses that could pollute it, withdraw at the sight of man in the state in which Providence wants him, at the life of man in society with God, in society with his peers, and deploying to the glory of the one and for the service of others all the faculties of his soul and body. Thus, for a long time, the most fearsome have disappeared from Europe. They are noticeably diminishing in Asia. If they still dominate in Africa, it is because the Negro still differs in regaining his dignity as a man. It seems rather that they are there only to punish him for not doing so, and that they are ready to disappear from the surface of the earth, as soon as we want to become all that God made us in the beginning. Here is therefore at last the earth, our common homeland, emerged from the waters, illuminated from heaven, adorned with flowers and greenery, populated with diverse species of animals, some to charm us with their voice, others to help us with their strength, to nourish and clothe us, others to maintain in this animal reign or kingdom a necessary order. Let us now prepare to see our first father, our first pontiff, our first king. Let us gather ourselves, let us redouble our attention, for to create man, God himself seems to gather himself and consult himself. When it is a question of light, of the separation of elements, of the sun, of the moon, of plants, of animals, everything is accomplished by a word of command, let there be light, and there was light. But when it concerns our first ancestor, God said, let us make man in our image, and in our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, over the beasts, over all the earth, and over everything that creeps upon it. God speaks in the plural, "Let us make man in our image." And to whom does he say it? To himself, because he is one and several. The Father says it to the Son and to the Holy Spirit. Such is the universal interpretation. He does not say it to the angels, for the angels do not have a common image with God. Thus Moses concludes expressly, God therefore created man in his image. He created him in the image of God. God is spirit and intelligence. Man created in his image is likewise spirit and intelligence. But God is an infinitely perfect spirit. Man is a spirit of limited perfection. God is a supremely pure intelligence. Man is an incarnate intelligence, a spirit incorporated or united with a body. Man, being both spirit and body, is thus placed at the boundaries of two worlds, that of intelligences and that of matter, to unite them in his person and make them one under God's hand. Thus St. Ambrose of Milan calls man a kind of totality of the universe. God forms his body from dust mixed with water, in order to make all material creation participate in human dignity and raise it in some way to God. And who is this God who forms him? Is it not the Son, the Word through whom the Father made all things, the Son who would one day take on this body himself and become man like us? Should we be surprised after this, that the wise men of all times and all countries, poets, philosophers, physicians, church fathers, even apostles, have admired and celebrated as if in competition the marvels of the human body? Should we be surprised that science discovers new ones every day? It is because if God has not imprinted his very image there, he has imprinted his traces there more than in any material creature. It is therefore not strange that a pagan physician, after having described its admirable structure, should have exclaimed, "No, it is not a book that I have just made, it is a hymn that I have just sung in honor of the divinity." At first glance, one recognizes in man the king of creation. All animals have their bodies naturally bent towards the earth, as if to pay homage to someone. Man alone stands naturally upright and in a commanding posture. His conformation is such that it is impossible for him to walk simultaneously on his feet and hands like quadrupeds. Nature itself teaches him that he is God's representative, and as such should touch the earth only with his most distant extremities, and rise straight towards heaven. His size is in harmony with the empire he must govern. If he were as tall as a tower, he would sink into most grounds while walking. Everything would be too small and too low. Our wheat, our orchard trees, the most useful animals, the goat, the sheep, even the ox, the horse, the camel, the elephant itself could no longer serve as his mount. He would soon perish for lack of food. On the contrary, if he had been made a dwarf, he could not cut down forests to cultivate the land. He would get lost in the grass. Every stream would be a river to him, every pebble a rock. Far from being able to tame wild beasts, the birds of prey would carry it away in their talons. The size that God gave him has none of these disadvantages. Not only has God put man's body in harmony with the animals and plants that cover the earth, he has also put it in perfect harmony with itself. The members of this body are numerous and diverse. Their functions and their positions quite different. Some are high, others low, others in the middle. This one is strong, that one is weak. One has a noble function, another has one that is not. However, there is never any envy or division. Mutual charity unites them. If one suffers, all others suffer with it. If it is relieved, all others rejoice. The weakest is the most necessary. The least honorable is the most respected. Finally, as numerous and diverse as they are, they always form only one body. This beautiful harmony, an apostle proposes it to us as a model. The human body, image of the universe. Its dignity, progressive ascension of existence and life from minerals up to the soul. The human body is an image of the universe, says St. Ambrose. What the sky is in the world, the head is in the body. The most excellent and elevated part. What the sun and moon are in the sky. The two eyes are in the head, two stars that illuminate all the rest. Without them, the body is in darkness, as the world is without the sun and moon. With them, everything becomes clear. The feet transport the entire body with a sure and easy step. The hands act with admirable precision. The hands, the instrument of instruments, as an ancient writer says, with which man manufactures a multitude of others that increase his strength and skill 100-fold and thousands of times over, subjugating the earth, the sea, and the air to him. It is to this superior region of himself that man owes primarily his life and beauty, just as the universe owes its own to the heavens. There are gathered, along with the eyes, all the most noble organs, the ears always open, like vigilant sentinels, to transmit to the head of the city the slightest noise, the slightest word. The nostrils to discern the odors that the air brings from all directions. The mouth, with its vermilion lips, with its white teeth that grind food, with its tongue that judges flavor. The mouth and tongue, with which man becomes a kind of creator, realizing externally, in material speech, his immaterial inner speech, making audible the silent commerce of spirits. The tongue which, for this reason, will signify among all peoples the visible world of invisible thought. These precious organs of the head are arranged with such beautiful symmetry, harmonized in their entirety with such natural art. The chin, cheeks, eyebrows, forehead, hair, that in all of creation there is nothing so beautiful, so graceful, so noble, so animated, so expressive, so spiritual, so divine. This is why the apostle does not want man to cover his head, because it is the glory of God. It seems that God regards man's head as his masterpiece, and is jealous that it should be admired. The inside of the body presents no fewer marvels. Anatomy and medicine have discovered such great wonders, and in such large numbers that all the prodigies of sciences, arts, and crafts on earth appear only as a shadow, a crude imitation. Every day, scholars discover new ones, and they are so far from knowing them all that the most common and important phenomena, life and death, remain inexplicable mysteries to them. How many similar mysteries occur within us at every moment, without us thinking about them? These various foods that we have just consumed, our stomach transforms them into a milky substance, called chyle, which upon reaching the heart is transformed into blood. The heart, after having refreshed and colored it red in the lungs, drives it, through certain channels called arteries, to the extremities of the body. The blood from these channels, which are lined at intervals with valves that open and close as needed, the blood transforms into various fluids, into flesh, into bones, into skin. Having reached the extremities, the remainder enters different channels called veins and returns to the heart to mix with the new chyle, to circulate again throughout the body and constantly maintain warmth and life within it. To receive these flows of vital fluids, the heart dilates. To expel them and irrigate all interior regions, it compresses. This movement, which pushes blood into the arteries and produces what we call the pulse, occurs regularly 60 times per minute. The entire circulation completes 24 times in an hour. Where this ebb and flow begins, there begins life. Where it ceases, their life ceases. There is even more mystery and wonder here than in the ebb and flow of the ocean. A part of the blood sent by the heart to the top of the head transforms there into a soft and delicate substance called the brain. the common center of sensitivity and movement, by means of nerves that spread from there throughout the body. Two of these nerves, or medullary cords, penetrate into two cavities under the forehead, lining the back of the eye, which they encase like a crystal globe. Their will come to be painted faithfully, all the forms and all the colors, and the sky studded with stars, and the meadow enameled with flowers. Two others go to each side of the head, to the depths of those sonorous valleys called ears, and they become the faithful echo of everything that resounds there, from the sound of thunder to the gentle murmur of the stream. Others go to line the interior of the nasal cavities, to equally detect both the perfume of the rose and the stench of rot. Others spread out on the surface of the tongue, to accurately assess both the sweetness of honey and the bitterness of bile. The rest, which are countless, born either directly from the brain or from its extension through the vertebrae of the back or the spinal cord, spread across the entire surface of the body to instantly warn of anything that touches it anywhere. A subtle, invisible fluid which is called vital or animal spirit, and which is believed to be a fine vapor of blood, appears to be the prompt messenger of this living empire. From the brain, the royal residence of the soul, it carries sovereign orders, with the speed of lightning to the most remote frontiers, and brings back various news with the same speed. Hence this instantaneous promptness, these sudden movements, to apprehend what pleases or repel what hurts. It is something similar to this fluid, equally subtle, equally invisible, electric or magnetic fluid, which seems to animate the entire body of the universe, and with which God produces lightning. What wonders in the human body alone! Yet this is still little. Higher mysteries are attached to it. Sacrificed on the cross in the person of the divine word, it will reconcile heaven and earth, God and men. Sacrificed on our altars, it will be for us every day a victim of infinite worth, to honor God as much as he deserves. This divine body will become for us a heavenly nourishment, which will change us into him, make us flesh of his flesh, bone of his bones. Through this mystery, our bodies themselves will be temples of God, our hearts the living tabernacles of the Holy of Holies. Christ will be all in us all. Following his example, the apostle will sanctify and consume his body in preaching the gospel, the martyr, under the executioner's axe, the anchorite, in prayer and fasting, the virgin, in works of piety and charity, the doctor, in the labors of study, and all to return, love for love, to the God-man. Death has nothing frightening anymore. This body, which must be separated from, they will take it back one day with unspeakable joy. From mortal, corruptible, and coarse, as it enters the tomb, it will emerge immortal, brilliant, incorruptible, spiritual, to participate eternally in the glory of God himself. If this is true of our body, which was formed from earth, what about our soul, which comes directly from God? For it is said that after forming our first ancestor, God breathed upon his face a breath of life, and thus man became a living soul. One does not recognize life in minerals and stones, yet we already notice in them something indefinable that resembles it, some mysterious attraction that strongly unites all their parts, which sometimes even attracts foreign ones without knowing exactly what it is. We call it the principle of cohesion, attractive force. For plants, everyone recognizes that they live. Indeed, they nourish themselves, they grow, they breathe, they mate, they reproduce and die. As for the principle and center of this vegetation, the ancients called it the vegetative soul. Today we call it vegetative force. The words are somewhat different, but we know no more about the nature of the thing. In animals we perceive a more developed life. Not only do they nourish themselves, breathe and reproduce, but they also move and feel. They have organs of sensation, some up to 5. This principle, which goes so far as to make animals capable of feeling, the ancients called the sensitive soul, the moderns call it sensitive power, animal faculties, or by another word that explains no better what it is. One thing we know is that God produced from the earth the plants and animals, with their kind of soul or life, but it is not so with our soul. It is a breath from his mouth. He drew it in some way from himself, not that it is a part of his substance, but because it is made in his image. What God is to the world, our soul is in certain respects to the body. God is not the world, but he made the world exist. All that the world is or has, of true, real, beautiful good, comes from God. Without God, it would fall back into non-being. Similarly, our soul is not the body, but it makes the body live. It is the soul that holds together the diverse members. It is the soul that gives it the ability to breathe, to nourish itself, to grow, to move, to feel, thus summarizing in it all the wonders of the three kingdoms. Without it, the body ceases to live. It falls back into non-being, as a body. Perfectibility, the exclusive privilege of man. Everything that the world has in reality and perfection. God, who communicates it to the world, possesses it eminently in himself, and infinitely beyond. Everything that the body has in beauty and life, the soul, which communicates it to the body, possesses it eminently in itself, and infinitely beyond. Placed at the boundaries of two worlds, that of bodies and that of spirits, it has not only the virtue of animating the body to which it is united, of using its organs to know external objects, it also has the desire and faculty to know reason, the cause of what it perceives through the senses, especially reason, the first cause, which is God, and to converse about it with its fellows through speech. Through this, it belongs to the world of spirits. With this desire and this faculty, man becomes a kind of creator, a terrestrial God. He creates in some manner, not substances, but new forms. Constantly he invents and perfects, while animals, even the most skillful, never invent nor perfect anything. Birds always build their nests in the same way. Cats and beavers are no more cunning today than they were centuries ago. For 5,000 to 6,000 years that animals have been killed in every way. They have not found a single new means of defending themselves. They have not acquired a shadow of additional foresight. Limited to the kind of mechanical intelligence or instinct that God gave them, they do without learning and without progress what they have always done and what they will always do. And this is due neither to the brain nor to other bodily organs. Calves have proportionally more brain than man, and they become no less oxen for it. The brain of the Pongo ape or orangutan is absolutely of the same form, and the same proportion as that of man the tongue, and all the organs of voice are the same. Instead of 2 hands, it has 4, for its feet have the form and flexibility of hands. However, the monkey is always just a monkey. It never thinks, nor speaks, nor improves itself. With all the organs of voice, not only does it not speak, one cannot even teach it to speak, in which it is below a parrot, a magpie, a blackbird, to whom one teaches without much difficulty to articulate some words, which a monkey has never been able to do. In man's school, the dog and the elephant participate in some manner in his intelligence and his affections. Not only do they guess his thought and execute it with skill and docility, but they attach themselves to him, show themselves grateful for the good he does them, defend him at the peril of their life, and grieve at his death. Nothing similar exists in monkeys. One tames them, one subjugates them, but one cannot domesticate them. They remain captive and not domestic. In this state, One sees them always unruly, deceitful, cunning, gluttonous, vindictive, and brutal. They are only sensitive to punishment, and only yield when they see themselves as the weakest. They seem to be made only to show man that with his so well-proportioned body, with his admirable organs, his brain, his tongue, his hands, he would be nothing but an extravagant and ridiculous animal if he did not have a soul created in the image of God, in the image of supreme intelligence. The soul, that is the breath of the Almighty, which, as an ancient sage said, makes man intelligent, elevates him above all animals, and constitutes him, after God, King of the earth. You have made him a little lower than the angels, David said to the Creator. You have crowned him with honor and glory, and you have set him over the works of your hands. You have put everything at his feet, the flocks, the animals of the fields, the birds of the sky, and the fish of the sea, and all that moves in the waters. If he cannot reach the sun and stars, he will calculate their order and movement, and will use them as signals to find his way both in the various regions of his empire and in the various periods of his history. A mark of sovereignty among the ancients was fire. It was carried before Roman emperors and in the retinue of Persian kings. In the latter country, fire was even the symbol of divinity. Something similar was seen among the people of Israel, in the perpetual fire that priests maintained before the ark of the Most High. Man is the only being on earth to whom God has granted this mark of supreme and divine power. Man is the only creature to whom God has granted the use of fire. Animals love its warmth, especially cats and monkeys. They will see man make it hundreds and hundreds of times, and they will never think to make it themselves or simply maintain it. To show what infinite distance the Creator has put between the simplest man and the most cunning animal, a fireplace is enough. The soul, image of the divine Trinity. But where the image of God appears most in man, it is not only in the preeminence that his soul gives him over other creatures. It is in the intimate nature of his soul itself. There we see shining like a magnificent reflection of the adorable Trinity. God is, he knows himself, he loves himself. The soul is, it knows itself, it loves itself. Similar to the Father, it has being. Similar to the Son, it has intelligence. Similar to the Holy Spirit, it has love. Similar to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, it has in its being, in its intelligence, in its love, the same felicity and the same life. And this life and this felicity, it is to know and love God, author of its being, of its intelligence, and of its love. It is to know him and love him, manifesting himself in creatures, to ascend from them to him, to descend from him to them, to glimpse him thus and love him in all things, and to find, in this intelligence and this love, a perpetual increase of love, intelligence, and being. Here is what man is as an incarnated intelligence. Here is how far his natural faculties extend. But, infinitely above all that, God, in his ineffable love, prepares something entirely divine for us. Created in the image of God, or created God in image, and not in essence, man cannot naturally see God in essence, but only in image in his creatures. To see him in himself, to see him as God himself, sees himself, is something naturally impossible not only to man, but also to any possible creature, for between the most perfect creature and God, there is always the infinite, so that the most perfect creature could not even conceive by itself either the idea or the desire of that divine vision. Well, what the eye of man cannot see, what his ear cannot hear, what his heart cannot suspect, God prepares for him in his infinite goodness. He has made us not only to know him in his creatures, but to see him one day in his essence, to know him as he knows himself, to love him as he loves himself, to live his life, to be happy with his happiness, to be glorified with his glory. But who will bridge the immeasurable gap that separates us from him? Himself. His love will transport him out of himself towards us. He will make us participants in his own nature in order to raise us up to him. This ineffable condescension, this participation in divine nature, this supernatural gift to all creatures is called grace. Our very nature is a grace, in the sense that God gave it to us without owing it to us, since we did not exist. However, we distinguish it, and with infinite reason, from grace properly speaking. Through nature, God freely gives ourselves to ourselves, but through grace, he freely gives himself to us. Thus, from nature to grace, there is all the distance that exists between us and God. The beginning of this new creation, of this deformed life, is divine and supernatural faith. Hope is its growth, charity its perfection, eternal glory its consummation and reward. Moreover, we believe by a natural inclination in the word of man. And this natural and unpremeditated faith in human speech gradually draws us from purely sensory life and elevates us to intellectual life. Received by hearing, speech imprints thought in our intelligence. Intelligence, thus awakened, reproduces it in speech. It establishes itself like a breathing of the soul. It inhales thought in the received word. It exhales it in the emitted word. We begin to live in the atmosphere of human reason. In the desire to live more and more, we question, we breathe with confidence this reason, which envelops us in some way from all sides. Intimately rejoicing in the truths it reveals to us, we love them, and we love it. We love whoever participates in it like us. We especially love the one who made us for this communion of words and thought, of intelligence and love, in short, God. Such is in substance the divine and human society, or the religion that natural faith, hope, and charity would produce. But grace, which does not destroy nature, but rather presupposes and perfects it, comes from above, through human speech and reason, in which we naturally and necessarily believe. God makes us hear a word, and reason infinitely higher. It is no longer merely a certain image of himself that he intends to show us through creatures. He wants one day to make himself visible to us face to face in his adorable essence. And as he himself sees himself, he wants to make us like him. All that human reason can do here is to represent that we must believe God infinitely more than man, and that if there is anything believable in the world, it is that God has revealed such and such truth. But these truths are so far above us that they are naturally inaccessible to us. Our intelligence could not reach them. Our will could not by itself leap up to them. Grace comes to the aid of both. It fortifies them, it elevates them to these divine truths, it solicits us to adhere to them. We consent to the solicitation of grace, and elevated above ourselves, we believe supernaturally in God, and all that he has revealed to his church. The end, the glory to which he calls us, is naturally impossible for us, but we hope from his goodness for the necessary means to attain it. Anticipated, assisted, sustained by his grace, we love him supremely, we love him, no longer only with our own love, but with his love for himself. His love is ours, ours is his. He belongs to us, we belong to him. Union, ineffable love, beside which the union, the love of father, mother, brother, sister, husband and wife, is but a shadow. Even the union of body and soul, which makes natural life, is less intimate than this union of the soul and God, which makes supernatural life. Persons as learned as they are holy teach us that the charity which unites the soul to God sometimes becomes, even here below, so intimate and so vivid, that it breaks the bonds which unite the soul to the body. This is dying, not of death, but of life. As for our first ancestor, he was created, not in a state of imperfection and childhood, but with a perfect body, with perfect intelligence and will, with divine faith, hope, and charity. The senses were subject to reason. Reason was subject to grace. Everything was in the most beautiful harmony. Not only did the soul present the image of God in its natural faculties, it also offered an ineffable resemblance in its supernatural and divine virtues, a resemblance that was to grow until a complete transformation, until making man one spirit with God. Eden and earthly paradise, its position. Man being called to this supreme dignity, one can understand that everything is done for him in this world. One can even understand the attention that God lavishes upon him, both before and after his creation. Not content with having beautified the entire earth in advance for him, he chose for his first dwelling the most charming region, named for this reason Eden or delights. That is not all. On the eastern side of this delightful country, he planted a garden where he gathered the trees, most pleasant to see, and the fruits sweetest to eat. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It is there that God placed man. And a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it divided and became 4 main rivers. The first is named Pishon, and it is the one that flows around the land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is pure. Bdellium and onyx stone are also found there. The name of the second river is Gihon. It flows around the whole land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It flows east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. Now where was this land of Eden situated? And consequently the garden of God or the earthly paradise? Opinions have been very diverse, especially in ancient times, when the exact form of the earth and its different parts were less known. Today, the most common opinion, which appears best founded, places this primitive Eden in Armenia near the sources of the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Phasis and the Araxes. First, the Tigris and Euphrates, on which everyone agrees, emerge from there quite close to one another, and thus decide the question. Several ancients have even said positively that these 2 rivers had the same source, which was the case originally, as Moses teaches us, but may have been changed by the flood or earthquakes. The Pishon, which wound through the land of Havilah, where the purest gold is found, is, according to all appearances, the Phasis, that river so renowned in antiquity, which, emerging from the mountains of Armenia like the Tigris and Euphrates, wound in 1,000 ways through ancient Colchis, and carried gold flakes there, which the inhabitants of the country gathered on sheep fleeces, which doubtless may have given rise to the fable of the golden fleece. Havilah is the name of a descendant of Shem, whose posterity appears to have inhabited this region in Moses' time. As for the Gihon, which wound through the land of Cush, one can believe that it is the Araxes or the Cyrus which joins it. Gihon means impetuous. This name fits perfectly with the Araxes, which has never endured a bridge, so rapid is it. It is also said that the Gihon multiplies its waters in the days of the vintage Araxes, as well as the Phasis, the Tigris, and the Euphrates, near which it takes its source in the mountains of Armenia and Colchis, ordinarily overflows, like the Nile, around the month of August and September, due to the melting of snow in these mountains. As for the country of Cush, which is commonly translated as Ethiopia, the ancients distinguished 2 Ethiopias or countries of Cush, one to the south of Egypt, the other between the Pontus Euxinus and the Caspian Sea, near the Phasis and the Araxes. One can well sense that it is the latter that is in question here. All the ancients teach us that the countries watered by these 4 rivers were naturally rich and fertile. It was a small remnant of that original fertility which made it at the beginning Eden or delights par excellence. I say par excellence, for even today in the East there are regions called Eden or delights because of their beauty and richness. God's commandments to man. Why natural law is not mentioned. A word is read that deserves particular attention. And Jehovah, God, took man and placed him in the Garden of Eden, to cultivate it and keep it, to cultivate it. Work, action, is therefore man's primary calling. Undoubtedly, in the state of original justice and holiness, this work was not painful, but the fact remains that man was created to act, to perform works. God gives him the example. The Father, it is said, never ceases to operate, to make, to produce, nor does the Son cease to operate, to make, to produce with the Father. Man, son by adoption, must imitate the Son by nature. Thus God himself plants the garden of delight, but he wants man to cultivate it. He gives man the earth, water, grain, with the promise of adding growth to them. But he wants man to plough, sow, water. He deposits in our mind and in our heart the seed of natural truths and virtues, but he wants us to develop them through study and action. He communicates to us by his grace divine truths and virtues, but he wants us to make them produce works worthy of heaven, fruits of eternal life. Nothing similar is required of animals. God makes them, without them, all that they should be. But for man, created in his image, he wants, both for present life and for future life, that he share with him the work of creation and providence. To keep it, there was therefore some enemy. First, the wild beasts which, although subject to man, nevertheless needed to be watched and restrained. But an enemy truly to be feared, and against which one had to guard with vigilance, even less the garden of delights than the paradise of his heart, was that very one who, later, was the first cause of all evil there. God seemed to warn man of this. The admonition becomes more express and more solemn in the words that follow. And Jehovah, God, commanded the man, saying, You may eat of all the fruits of the garden, but do not eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for on the day that you eat of it you shall surely die. Here the most serious questions are pressing. Why, since there is talk of commandments given to man, is nothing said about either the natural law that should govern him as a rational being, or about the supernatural law which, perfecting the first, should govern him as one called to divine vision? It is because this was addressed when it was said that God created man in his image and likeness. He created him in his image by giving him natural reason. He created him in his likeness by adding grace. Since in the first man nature and grace were perfect, he knew through this the laws of both, as well as the obligation to freely submit to them. Why God sanctions the commandments he gives to man, and only sanctions those? Free will. Why does God not give this commandment with penalty of death to animals, but to man alone? We have already spoken the word of this enigma. It is because man was created free, able to choose to do or not to do, to obey or not to obey, and this so that by doing and obeying he could merit the greatest possible happiness, the intuitive vision of God himself. If man were bound by necessity in his actions, he would merit neither reward nor punishment. In this state, the greatest possible happiness would not have been the greatest, for, if merited, it would have been even greater. Therefore, in order to be able to conquer for himself the greatest of happiness, to conquer God, man had to be created free. Just as God gave himself to the world, gave himself to man, not by necessity, but because he wanted to, freely, likewise man will give himself heaven, will give himself God, not by necessity, but because he will have wanted to freely. In this too, man will be the image of God. But does man not necessarily aspire to happiness? That is to say, to being, to truth, to good, consequently to the supreme being, to sovereign truth, to infinite good, in a word, to God. How then can he freely aspire to it? Reach it through meritorious acts? Certainly, if we knew God as he knows himself, we could not choose between loving him or not loving him. We would necessarily love him as he necessarily loves himself. We would no longer be capable of meriting this happiness. But God does not yet show himself to us as he is and through his essence, but only in images and through his works. Creatures are so many representations and similarities of his being, of his truth, of his ineffable goodness. It is only through this veil of creation that he allows himself to be glimpsed, like the sun through a brilliant cloud. In this way, although we are naturally drawn to him, we nevertheless have the merit of seeking him freely, following him, so to speak, by his traces in the midst of the universe. If then we love in each creature what it has of being, truth, and goodness, only to raise ourselves to the supreme being, truth, and goodness, of which it is indeed but a shadow, we will be in order. We will deserve to have one day this ineffable happiness. But if, instead of continuously directing towards the being, truth, and infinite goodness, the almost infinite need we feel to be, to know and to love, we finally stop at something created, imperfect, perhaps at a vain appearance, this will be a disorder, this will be an evil that we call sin. This sin, this evil, as we see, is not a creature, a truly subsisting thing, but the abuse of a good of free will, a necessary good for deserving the sovereign good. God alone is good, said the truth itself, because God alone is good by essence, and of his own, and so good that he cannot be better. Everything else is good only by borrowing, and in an imperfect way, because at bottom, everything else exists only by borrowing, and in an imperfect way. In this sense, one can say that everything that is not God is not good, meaning it is not perfect, but bad or imperfect. However, this is not a true evil, a disorder, or a sin, because there is no disorder in not being naturally God. However, ineffable wonder, we have been given a means to deserve to become so in some way. A means has been given to us to make ourselves worthy of participating in all divine perfections. This means free will, an invaluable good, since it can earn us an infinite good. But with this good, true evil, the abuse of good is necessarily possible. What could God do to turn us away from this abuse, to lead us to make good use of this necessary freedom? He could not force it. That would be to destroy it. He could only solicit it through motives and attractions. Now, what are the most powerful motives? Are they not the very ones he has placed before us? Life and death, paradise and hell, in order to draw us to virtue through the eternal happiness of one, and turn us away from vice through the eternal misery of the other. No, imagine as much as you please, God, in all his goodness and power, could propose nothing more effective to make us freely merit supreme happiness. From this it is permitted to conclude, God is good, therefore there is a hell. God is infinitely good, therefore there is an eternal hell. You shall surely die, added the supreme legislator as the sanction of his law. Two lives can be found in man, the life of the soul, being united to God, the life of the body, being united to the soul. This latter life is only an image of the first, only a means to attain it. The separation of soul and body, or temporal death, is the end of the trial to which man is subjected. The death truly to be feared is the separation of the soul from God. Should temporal death supervene, this separation is eternal and irremediable. Hence the regret, remorse, and despair that will torment without end the guilty and impenitent soul. Had the first man remained faithful, he would have experienced neither one death nor the other. His soul would have remained united to God, his body united to his soul. After the time of trial, his body would have been transfigured without leaving the soul. Unfaithful, he will die of death, both as to the soul which sin will separate from God, and as to the body which will lose its privilege of immortality and live only to die. But if man remains alone, without hope of posterity, especially if he dies, will there then be no human race? Will the earth be widowed of its king, and the universe incomplete? Let us not fear. Jehovah God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper who is like him, a helper who will be his companion." Before that, however, man will receive homage from his natural subjects and exercise over them the sovereignty of reason and speech. For Jehovah God, after having formed from the earth all the animals of the fields and all the birds of the sky, brought them before man so that he might see how he would name them, and that each of them would take the name that man would give them. And man gave their names to the domestic animals, to the birds of the sky, and to the wild beasts. It is said that God himself named the day, the night, the sky, the earth, the sea, the stars. These things are in his power alone. But for the animals that he subjected to man, he wants man himself to give them the names they must bear. For this he brings him the wild beasts and the birds of the sky. The domestic animals no doubt already surrounded him. He makes him understand that he is their master, like a master in his family, who names his servants for the ease of command. Scripture, substantial and short in its expressions, indicates to us at the same time the beautiful knowledge given to man, since he could not have named the animals without knowing their nature and difference, in order to then give them suitable names according to the primitive roots of the language that God had taught him. Created with a perfect body to be our common father according to bodily life, he had also been created with perfect intelligence to be our common father according to intellectual life. Formation of Eve, or of the first woman, birth of the church. In the review that man thus made of his subjects, he saw them all paired 2 by 2 to multiply their species. He found more than one that asked only to help him in his work, or to charm him in his leisure, but a helper who was like him, a helper who was his equal, none was to be found. Where will this second self come from? Will God form it equally from earth? No, a new order of mysteries begins. Man, especially the first one, was created in God's image. Now, God is the principle of all things. Man will similarly be the principle of all humankind. Jehovah God made the man fall into a deep sleep, and while he was sleeping, God took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh in its place. And God built the rib that he had taken from the man into a woman. God sent sleep to the first man, asleep, say all the saints, which was a rapture and the most perfect of all ecstasies. In this mysterious sleep, not only did he know in what manner God was preparing a companion for him, but also what all this prefigured for the centuries to come. A second Adam, a God-man, plunged like him into a mystical sleep, having like him an opened side, from which would emerge, like from his own, a spotless bride with whom he would beget for heaven an innumerable posterity. The wife of the new Adam is the Church, our mother, emerging from the open side of her divine spouse, formed, built up, vivified, and beautified every day by his adorable flesh and blood, so that she is flesh of his flesh, bone of his bones. It was she who was foretold to us by the wife of the first Adam, Eve, our first mother, emerging from the open side of her spouse, formed not from a part of his head, because she was not meant to command him, nor from a part of his feet, because she was not meant to be his slave, but from a part of his side, because she was meant to be his inseparable companion. Adam saw all of this in his ecstasy, for when God presented to him upon his awakening the woman thus formed, he said immediately, "This time, this is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh, she shall be called woman, because she was taken from man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." We are using a word here that does not quite well express what we want it to say. The desire to preserve the illusion, found in the original text, may serve as our excuse. Union of Adam and Eve, of Christ and the Church, and of the three divine persons. Monogamy. Indissolubility of marriage. In reading these words, we witness in some way the celebration of the first marriage. Nothing could be more holy or more solemn. It is God who presents the bride to the groom. It is before God that their union is contracted. God is there as both father and witness, priest and magistrate. It is he who proclaims or causes to be proclaimed the holy laws. Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Great mystery of Christ and his church, as the apostle teaches us. The new Adam, the God-man, will leave his father, who is in heaven, and his mother, who is on earth, the synagogue, and he will cleave to his bride, to the church, and the two shall be one flesh and one spirit. The union of Christ with the church, with human nature, is indissoluble. The union of man with woman must be the same. Man was one. God took a portion to make two. These two, reunited by marriage, once again make only one. Have you not read, says Christ, to those who advocate divorce, that he who made man from the beginning made them male and female, and said, Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the two shall be one flesh. Therefore they are no longer two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man put asunder. 117. God unites man to woman, not only to represent Christ's union with human nature and the divine family that results from it, or the church, but also to represent the eternal and ineffable society that exists in God himself. From the first man proceeds the first woman, who, before and after, makes but one flesh with him. From both of them, as their mutual love, proceeds humankind, which makes one with them. Similarly in God, keeping proportion, from the Father proceeds his intelligence, his consubstantial word. From the Father and his consubstantial intelligence proceeds their mutual and consubstantial love. They are three, but indivisible. They are three persons, but one same thing. Such, proportionally, should it be with the human family. Christ has only one bride. Man also should have only one. The Creator's intention is not doubtful in this regard. If there was ever a reason for man to have more than one woman, it would have been at the beginning, when it was a matter of populating the earth. However, the author of nature gave the first man only one. The plurality of wives, as well as divorce, is therefore a deviation from the primitive and natural state. It was not so in the beginning, says Christ. Both religion and humanity require that it should no longer be so. For wherever polygamy reigns, woman is the victim of man, and wherever divorce reigns, children are the victims of both man and woman. God blessed our first parents, virginity. Having thus formed and united our first two ancestors, God blessed them and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. Scripture does not say, God commanded them, saying, as it did above for the law of abstinence, but simply, God blessed them and said to them. By this difference in language, it clearly enough insinuates that this is less a commandment than a blessing from which all mankind has emerged, a blessing which has long since populated and subdued the entire earth. If this blessing contains a kind of commandment, it is only in general, and until the earth is populated and subdued. When it is sufficiently so, when men have multiplied, when spiritual and bodily miseries have multiplied with men, when, above all, to heal these miseries by taking them upon himself, the God-man will be born of a virgin, when he will have lived, when he will have suffered, when he will have died and risen again as a virgin, then both God and men will bless those men and women who, to better serve God and men, to better accomplish the work of the Virgin Redeemer, will preserve that purity of soul and body in which our first parents were created. Following the example of their divine model, there will be mediators always supplicating between heaven and earth. Like him again, they will serve as father, mother, brother, sister to the poor and the sick, to widows and orphans, to the ignorant and sinners, to the elderly and abandoned children. Their virgin charity will preserve more inhabitants on earth, will give birth to more in heaven than their conjugal fecundity could have done. Only one thing will diminish, the number of the guilty and the wretched, if the consumption of meat was initially forbidden. God said again, Behold, I have given you every plant bearing seed that is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit. To you it shall be for food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the heavens, and to everything that creeps on the earth, in which there is a living soul, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. From these words, certain interpreters have concluded that, in the beginning, God did not permit the use of flesh, but only fruits and vegetables. One may doubt this conclusion. God had just formally granted our first ancestors dominion over the birds of the sky, over the fish of the sea, and over all terrestrial animals. Now, what would this dominion over most animals have served man, particularly birds and fish, if he had not been permitted to eat them? If God adds the use that man can make for himself of certain plants, the reason is perhaps that he had not yet spoken of it, and that, like a good father, he wanted to teach our first parents even the details of their nourishment. It may nevertheless be that he also wanted to recommend that they nourish themselves at first, more willingly with fruits and vegetables, until the most useful species of animals had multiplied enough to no longer risk being destroyed. Our first ancestors thus formed, united and blessed, were clothed only in grace and innocence. As they had come from the hand of God, they had nothing to be ashamed of. They had to defend themselves against no harsh weather. In their persons, the flesh did not lust against the spirit, but was perfectly submissive to it, as the spirit was submissive to God. The body and soul formed like a harmonious lyre where everything was in accord, where everything resonated with praise of the Creator. It was the same with all of nature. It offered everywhere the beauties and delights of a spring that was almost divine. Excellence of the works of creation and of its entirety. Its twofold purpose, rest of God. Then God considered all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. In the preceding days, having considered each part of his work, he had found it good, conforming to the eternal idea he had of it in his understanding, suitable for the purpose he proposed for it, and for the place he destined for it, in the general plan of his providence. But when he saw this entire plan realized, when he considered the whole of his works, the order, the beauty, the harmony of the various parts among themselves, the admirable consequences that would result from it for time and for eternity. This whole was found not only good, but very excellent for fulfilling the views of eternal wisdom. The universe was created for two purposes: a first and principal one, the glory of God, for the manifestation of his infinite perfections; a second and secondary one, the eternal happiness of free creatures. The latter depends on the free will of these creatures themselves. But whether they want to or not, they will all contribute to the first purpose. They will all contribute to eternally manifest the adorable perfections of God, his magnificence in rewarding faithful virtue, his mercy in forgiving repentance, his justice in punishing unrepentant crime, his wisdom and power that make even obstacles serve his designs. Everything, from God's perspective, will be good, even the evil or sin of the free creature, for this sin will be either atoned for by the creature or punished by the Creator. And a sin atoned for or punished is no longer disorder, but the eternal restoration of order, but a good. We believe that in eternity we will be able to contemplate with God the entirety of his works. Eternally we will repeat, "Behold that all was very good and very well, and behold that all is very good and very well. Thus were the heavens and the earth finished, and all the host of them. And there was evening, and there was morning, and it was the sixth day." Another follows, to which Scripture gives neither morning nor evening, neither beginning nor end. It is the seventh, which appears there as the day of eternity, day when God rests from all his works, where he ceases to make any new ones, because everything is consummated. Day when God rests in man, says St. Ambrose, especially in this Son of Man, object of his infinite delight, who from then on, as eternal wisdom, was in him and with him, regulating and governing all things, rejoicing each day to see that all was good, and making his delights from then on to be with the children of men. This day is for God himself, a feast day. He blesses and sanctifies it. He dedicates this temple that we call the universe, consecrates the first man priest and pontiff, and in his person the one of his sons, who is at the same time the Son of God, the eternal pontiff, the Lamb who was immolated since the beginning of the world, and in whom his mercy chose us before temporal centuries. Let us unite with the Creator. Let us unite with our eternal pontiff. Let us unite with his holy angels to go bless and sanctify together this day that has neither evening nor morning, this day when God will rest in us, and when we will rest in God. In the meantime, let us say, at the sight of so many wonders, let us say, and say again with David in one of his hymns on creation, "O my soul, bless the Lord. Lord my God, how great you are in your magnificence. I will sing to the Lord during my life. I will celebrate my God as long as I exist. Bless the Lord, O my soul."